No
Hello.
co-host today.
Just a second there. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, October 14th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, part of the education, part of the public teachings in English. We're a bit late today because I had a power outage for most of the day, and it just happened to come back on a short time ago, so we're about an hour late here getting started, but that's okay. I also see that on the YouTube it is the incorrect starting screen. It's for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, so we'll have to get that fixed later. So just so you know, it is the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, not the Knowledge Seekers Workshop that's activated currently. Okay, so let's get right into it, I guess. As usual in this group, I tend to ask for people to reveal their things they've been working on through the last week or two or three or whenever, and find out what's going on in the world of replications, inventions, and questions and concepts and so on regarding the plasma technology. So we accept all inputs here, and welcome, and please feel free to share. Okay. Does anyone have something they'd like to present for today, or discuss, or some topic for today's workshop? Got a little video from Dean, but I'd rather wait until Dean gets here so he can describe it.
Mr. Fix-It couldn't fix the power?
Well, I tried. I had a inverter hooked up to my car, and my car idling, and an extension cord coming in through the window to my computer system, but it wasn't of enough oomph and to kick in all the gizmos that had to get power supplied to them. Yes, it left me sitting here in the dark. Well, aside from a propane lantern, which kept me lit, and a few battery operated lights, which I had, one of which broke, and I've got parts all over my desk where I took it apart. Had to solder something, but I had no power to solder with.
No power, wow. No Wi-Fi, no internet.
Yes, that's right. And I could get the internet to work through my router, but I couldn't get the computer and the router to run off my car power supply that I had rigged up. So I used to have a backup battery system with two large 12-volt batteries, but they're only good for a few years, so they packed it in. And I don't currently have a backup system, and it left me sitting here thinking, in the quietness of all the electronics stopping and refrigerator stopping and everything else that makes all the kind of noise in our life that we don't notice so much, because a lot of it is high-pitched or even beyond our audio frequency ranges. And there's also, of course, the radio frequency things going on, but there's a lot of cross high frequency things going on, especially between refrigerators, modems, and other contraptions, and the fans on the computers. Pardon me?
The body feels it.
The body.
Yeah, your body feels it. You just have that.
Yeah.
It's so quiet. I like it. And things fire back on, and then you realize just how noisy the electronic smog really is.
Yeah, I started to get creative and actually cleaned up all the papers on my desk that I've been trying to clean up for weeks now, and I just couldn't get around to it somehow. I'm always drawn to the computer rather than the pile of papers beside the computer. And with no computer and no other things, I just suddenly got active and in with a a spotlight on my head and kind of going through all these papers. I got them all organized and put away and got that area kind of cleaned up. So I was quite amazed how that happened actually. And I had time in between for some quiet time to just sit and feel myself feeling the fields outward more rather than sort of I think we tend to contain ourselves or protect ourselves in a little shell bubble from all these rays that are hitting us from our different machines and devices and so on.
Do you have an alternate source of heat, or were you without heat as well?
I have my little propane lantern, and it is actually a lovely source of heat as well as light. Because generally speaking, lights in our culture are so inefficient that they work better as heaters than lights, like a common light bulb, for example, which used to be common. Now they're getting harder to find. But the one with the filament in it that heats up is about 90% heat out of the energy that goes into it, and about 10% light. So they work great as little heaters, which are fine for Canada. We need some heat in the winter, and lots of light bulbs left on. It's just like putting a half of a heater on if you leave all your light bulbs on in your house.
Yeah, the incandescents are getting harder and harder to find.
Yes, they've become more efficient, and now people have to turn their heat up and their thermostats up more to accommodate for the lack of heat from the light bulbs, so you don't save any power. Think about it.
It's true. About 3 years ago, we lost our power for like 3 days. There was a really bad, it was ice and snow and everything. All the lines came down. Thank goodness I have a wood stove, but I had to rescue my mother-in-law, and she was sitting at home, and I phoned her up and I said, "Hey, what you doing?" She says, "Oh, I'm just kind of huddling around a candle." Okay, coming over to my place. And I didn't have a spare bed at the time, but I had a blow-up bed. So I had to go into my garage, take the battery out of the boat, get an inverter, and hook it up to my electric pump. And it worked. I managed to get the bed blown up because it was way too big to blow up this queen size. But it's amazing when you're stuck in a, on a pinch, what you can do. I was cooking on my wood stove, so that worked out really nice.
Yeah, it's amazing how innovative you get. And I mean, I'm sitting here realizing I've got, 10 years of knowledge of this plasma technology. And I'm sitting here thinking, geez, I've only got half a dozen AA batteries, and my lights are going to go dim soon, and I'm going to be out of light. And if I have a couple more propane canisters, but I'm thinking, if the power was out for more than a couple of days, I'd be in some serious trouble here, basically. So it just made me realize how fragile and reliant I am on our existing systems, especially for that magic electricity that comes flowing into our homes through that tiny little cord. And it's quite amazing, actually, all that process. But we should have replacements for that by now. And it just makes me realize that we have to dig a little deeper, perhaps, in this group and try to conceptualize and actually manifest some devices that can act as replacements for some of the technology that we have today. And I'm sure that we can. There's ways of, doing that. I mean, even just, if you think about it, there was a a battery invented about 150 years ago. It was used in the first submarine, and it was electric submarine. It was around 1900 or so, or late 1800s, I think. And electric powered, and it had batteries. They just started to develop batteries back then. And the battery was powered by a zinc plate and copper oxide, meaning the black copper nano coating that we make was made back in 1900 in order to be one of the plates of a battery that had, you could use caustic, sodium hydroxide. They used potassium hydroxide. So you can create a battery out of the same components that we use to create our GANs and other nanomaterials and that kind of thing. So it's possible in a pinch, if you knew what you were doing, to make a multi-cell battery with some of the parts that we have. As you know, you might have a bunch of nano-coated plates laying around, or some you know, zinc plates and so on and so forth. Of course, you might have a couple of dozen of AA batteries or something as well, which could also suffice. But in a pinch, you start to get more innovative, and you start to think, you know, on your feet more, and go by the seat of the pants, and it can be a, you know, seriously a life and death situation in some circumstances. So it's definitely something to think about, and when the power goes out is a great time to ponder, why is it that this is happening in our modern culture, in our modern world, that we have this knowledge. I mean, the Keshe patent for generating power has been out for what, 15 years or something now. It's at least 12 years. I think it's probably 13 or 14 years. And yet we haven't tied it down. We haven't developed products which will suffice to replace these funky systems, which have wires running all over on telephone poles, which trees fall on and regularly take out the power. In this area, there was about probably maybe 3 dozen power outages all around the whole island I live on, plus the mainland and so on. It's just little red spots all over the place from the power outages, just because of a wind that came up. So we live in a pretty fragile electrical grid system, generally speaking, and all over the developed world.
Where I live, the power goes out quite often because we're really close to the Trans-Canada Highway. So it's wreckages and crashes and power lines going down constantly. I was thinking about getting a generator, but with this Keshe technology, I went, I think I'll wait.
Yes, I thought by now we would have something that would be plug and play, and you know, generate power for your home basically, and make us all independent of the power grid. We don't see that quite yet, but it seems to be in the cards for the next few months as part of the system that will be part of the body enhancement spaceship unit and the materials enhancement spaceship unit. And especially the spaceship unit, because that central power unit is the key to the whole operation, basically. It's not just a power supply that you plug into so you can run your things that run on normal electricity, but it's a power unit that also generates the fields. And this is actually the fields that are more important than the generation of power, which is just a side issue when it comes to this unit. It'll be able to generate the fields for positive positioning, what we know as levitation, and the whole thing as far as a protective shield, be able to generate new materials, and so on and so forth, as specified in the teachings, and as we realize once we understand how the systems work. But yet, we still are playing with our Ganses and so on, and which is fine, and perhaps that is the correct way to go. But on the other hand, when the power goes out and it's 20 below, and you rely on that for your heat and other sources, it can be a serious situation. Fortunately, where I'm at, it doesn't get to 20 below, but I'm lucky that way. In most parts of Canada, it does get quite cold. And a lot of people do rely on the electricity. Like you say, many folks have wood heat as well, but that doesn't work for me. I don't do well with the wood smoke, so. Okay, any comments, questions, things people want to talk about here? Anybody have a power reactor they'd like to show? I think it was who was it that had one that was talking about it recently? Yeah. So I can't recall. There was a statement in the last One Nation, One Planet, One Race recently.
Rick, didn't Gianni say that he had rigged his mobile somehow so that it didn't need recharging?
He reconstructed a couple of old PCs, notebooks he had that didn't work, and he put some Ganses on the heat dissipation copper and other components, and they revived.
Yeah, right. And he did something with the battery too. I think he coated the battery, and it's like the whole inside of the computer seemed to be coated in Gans, and somehow it seemed to work quite well. And I think he said that the battery was rejuvenated or something, and I think he still recharges it, but I'm not clear on that. I think he has a solar system for some of his things. We usually have Gianni here, but I don't see him here today.
He hasn't come in lately. I don't know what he must be up with. Many of the oases he's doing over there in Romania.
Right. Randy, would you like to talk about your upcoming interview and just let people know about that?
Okay, I did send you a link, but I'm going to just give me 1 second and I'll get everybody the Zoom room number. Okay, there are different ways you guys can get onto the show, which I'm going to just put right in the chat. It's probably the best thing to do.
And people can go to the link for the rainbowroundtable.net, a night at the round table.
Yeah, they can, that way they can get in. If they haven't got Zoom, they can just chime into that through the HTML link, and then it's live. That's what we're going to do. We're going to use the Zoom room, and then Don's going to broadcast that live through his radio network. So that goes out to the internet. So if you haven't got Zoom, you go to the Rainbow Roundtable, and it'll tell you how to link in that site. You just click the link, and then you're live listening to the show.
Okay, great.
And we're not going to allow calls in because we're going to get a zillion. So I'm just going to field the questions myself. I've asked all the panel, and I'm going to only take so many questions because we don't know how long Mr. Keshe is going to be available too. Remember, that's and as he said, if you guys can't figure out the time zones on Earth, how are you going to do it in space? That was quite funny. I listened to that after I got home. I was at my chiropractor's place today, and it was unbelievable the peace and stuff that was in that building. Because every examination room that she has, treatment room, whatever you want to call it, has got cup 1 and cup 2 Gans in it, and little 5 ml vials. It's changed the whole building. Everybody was smiling, and even I watched the reaction of some of the people coming and going, and so it does make a difference. It does make a difference. I got one of the people that used to work there as a practitioner. I'm going to her office next week to do the same thing. So it looks like I'm the only one in this province doing anything, so I'll be a busy boy for a while. So we've got to link all these different places up and get them going.
An office.
I'll tell everybody else what I did with the current batch of Gans I'm making. My intent, when I made my coils and everything else, I linked up the material enhancement unit and the life enhancement unit to all the Gans. And you could, the moment I did that and put it in the house, I had to shift certain different things to balance the energy correctly. So on every windowsill of my house, all the way around the house, it's got either cup 1 and cup 2. And then if they're not far apart, that's like 2 cup 2s or 2 cup 1s in every window. So
right on.
And then when I went out to check how far it was away, I got as far as the forest, and that was in the trees, whatever you want to call it. That was about 25 feet. And it's too dense there to walk any farther. So, and then because the part of that house is up in the air, only one part's because it's inside of a hill. So it's fun. Gansing your house is fun. Carrying Gans with you in the public is fun, to watch the reaction of the people. Some sense it, some don't. The ones that do, they kind of look at you different, and I just smile and wave.
Yeah, that happened to Carla and I. We were walking, and we were up at a market, and this is in this little bit in the summertime, and she looks at me, she says, "Have you noticed that people are looking at us?" I kind of just smiled. I guess they're sensing our field or something, because we weren't dressed any different than most people. But it was just funny that she noticed that. I'm curious, is there anything that we can do to kind of balance out our house in terms of heat or anything? I thought I heard somebody talking that you can paint our windows with some Gans or something, or put things in there. Does anybody know anything about that?
Yep, that's certainly been done. We saw an example of that in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace that just happened well, earlier this morning for me, but yesterday for some people. What did they put? 500 milliliters, I believe it was, of the first cup Gans into the paint that they used to paint the room or rooms around where they had this plasma enhancement unit that they had fabricated. So they said as soon as they painted that room, they felt the change in the vibes of it, the change in the fields, in the feeling of the room. Other people have done that as well for creating more balanced temperatures. So cooler in the heat of the summer and warmer in the cold of the winter kind of thing. Some people have also used the Ganses to spray on windows to make kind of a film on the window. That helps with insulating as well.
The Gans itself or the water?
I believe the Gans water is used in that circumstance because it's still clear after, it's not like cloudy when you look through the window. Other people have used nano-coated copper figure 8 pieces and put them up and around the room. So
I remember years ago, I had put a couple of nano-coated copper plates hanging on the crystal windows, joined by a cable. This was, well, at least 4 years ago, I think, wasn't it? This, Rick?
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that was being experimented with.
And then Johnny had his son, what he calls a son.
Well, Johnny is a whole study in body temperatures.
Yeah.
Himself and his daughter. He talks about his daughter, and she goes around in bare feet and even in the snow and so on, and seems to be impervious to temperature variations. And he attributes it to her upbringing and her exposure to the fields and to the Gans and so on.
Great, thanks. I'll have to give that a go. I'm kind of curious if I can, get away from the wood source and less electricity. But said waiting for a lot of the systems to come out, so I'm just kind of hanging tight.
In fact, Johnny doesn't use any electricity or wood. It doesn't use any fire in the home. He cooks everything in a raw way, and he's got a wooden home. He smokes, so he leaves an open window, and he's had up to 18 degrees below zero outside in winter with snow and what have you. And the interior of his home is always between 18 and 23 degrees.
Wow, that's pretty good. Whereabouts does he live?
Romania.
Romania.
He's a sort of a gypsy.
That's cool.
Yeah, if he was here, we'd get him to explain more about that, but maybe next time. He's done that before in previous workshops, but I would be hard pressed to find exactly which one. Okay, what else do we have to open up for discussion here? serves as Ganses of cup 1. I think you mean in the example that I gave. I believe it was the Ganses of cup 1 that was used in that example, yes. Other people have used the copper oxide Gans in paint, and especially for, it's great for as a sort of a disinfectant or a, you know, a field.
Getting rid of bugs.
Sure. But the zinc oxide is particularly good, as well as the copper oxide for, or sorry, the CO2 Gans for paint as well.
We're not supposed to kill any bugs either. Just give them what they're coming to look for.
That seems to be Johnny's technique. Yeah.
Well, I've found the mosquitoes just land on my arms and they just don't prick my arms, but they just stay there for about 10 minutes and then they fly off. They sort of replenish their energy and they fly off. If I don't bother them, they won't bother me.
I was having an ant problem. They were coming into my home and onto my counters and everything. And I kind of had a conversation. I said, look, I don't want to kill you guys and I don't want to poison you, so you need to leave. They were gone within a couple days.
Did you say it to them that way, or how did you present that? You obviously had a thought first before you said anything.
I had a conversation with them. I said, hey, you guys, I'll kill you. You better leave before, because I don't want to do this. I'm not supposed to do this anymore. So it worked.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
I think a lot of times is what's happening is that people are just not aware of that we can do this. And so this awareness comes about and you go, oh, I never thought of that. We just go ahead and use spray and whatever. We never think of like telling them to go away.
Yes, true.
Rick, this is Mostek. This is interesting because I can do it with mosquitoes, and I forget about doing this. This is an interesting thing. Yesterday I was talking about the ant in the private class. I can do it with mosquitoes, but I don't do it with the ants. I guess I'm racially biased, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, well, there you go. Can we have biases against certain insects, and is that okay?
Perhaps the reason is that when I have like mosquito ant bites, I can spray the Gans water, the cup 2 or cup 1 Gans water, it goes away. So it just doesn't occur to me that I have to do it. I don't know. This is one of those weird things.
What I found out is when I was having the ant problem, they were actually coming to a cup that I had created to charge the water, and I was finding them inside the cup. And that's when I said, look, you know, you guys can't do this because I don't want to kill you. But they were attracted to that. They didn't go to anything else on my cupboards or anything. They went to the plasma water.
That had the salt in it, or just the plasma water?
No, it was just a chart. Like I made a cup, an insulated cup, and I burned a hole in it and I put Gans in it. So all I do is I just put water in it and it charges it overnight. And it actually, they crawled in. I had the hole slightly open by accident and I was finding ants in there. They were going inside of it. Not just the Gans water. So they were attracted to that. And I have a problem with my bird too. I have some Gans that are in a cup and I was putting them on top of my bookshelf. And every time I let her out, she's going to it. I actually dropped it down. on my bookshelf. She goes up on top of the bookshelf, and now she's looking down to where the Gans are. She just wants the Gans. And I went, you can't chew those.
Yep, animals seem to know. Same as plants seem to know what's good for them. Okay, we got a question from Ike. Can we go over the 5 cups? Can if you like. I won't be able to give you much information on that. I haven't done the 5 cups, so I don't know. I can't give you the ins and outs of it, but if we have a picture of it, probably someone can go over it and tell you what it's about. I think Mr. Keshe has covered it pretty good, but maybe we can find the area that he explains it or something. I don't know. Don't know how to even start on that. It's a lot of information.
Rick, this is Mosfek. I made 5 cup and I have some results to talk about too.
Okay, well that'd be great if you can do a show and tell on that.
Yeah, I can show it. Let me start my phone, get in from my phone. Yeah. So before I talk about the cups, the results, I don't have to eat, period.
Pardon me, you don't have to eat?
I don't have to eat. I'm not hungry at all. I can go without food. But, you know, I have family, so, you know, there's a difficulty there, but there's no need for to eat. It's really,
and you attribute
I
this
control a little bit before. I mean, when I was using the cup 1, cup 2 water, it was much less, and I could also I also practiced like doing it from inside using the soul energy transfer. But now I really don't have to. I mean, I don't even consciously think about it at all. No food. So I don't know how, you know, it's clear. It's like, it started happening about, let's say, 1 week or so into after making the cups, when the sort of like the Gans production stabilized. It's just, I don't, I can't, I mean, it's really, the only thing is even water consumption. But beyond that, I can't really feel like that I have any need for food. Like when I wake up in the morning, I don't feel hungry. At lunchtime, I don't feel like I need to eat. And same thing, I mean, even going to bed, you know. And I have reduced my food. I mean, I was eating half the amount before, and I've further reduced it to half that amount, just so that I can sit down with everybody at the table, kind of thing. But beyond that, there is not much. Okay, I have to move my computer close by to the place so that you can hear me. And I will show the picture. Let's see. I'm going to start the video from my phone. Okay, I am disabled. So Rick, my phone needs to be enabled somewhere.
did that work or?
Okay, let me try. Okay. Camera.
Okay, see your video.
I think I have to switch the camera. Do I?
Yep.
Okay.
We see whatever you're pointed at there.
Do you see it?
Yeah, let me get it
Or do you
spotlighted.
see my face?
I'll
Okay.
stop. Let me stop sharing it there.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is the 5 cup. It's a sort of like it's a hanging thing from the ceiling, and you can see these are the cups, and it's hanging from the ceiling. I can go closer. It's done a little differently than what is in our original specification in a way. I can talk a little bit about it as well. So the main part of it about making the cup is that to clarify my intention of what I want to do with it. So the middle one, the middle cup, which I'm right now close to, this one has like the 2 vertical coils and the plate. And the rest of the cups all have circular coils. Let's see, here is one example. This is the inertia cup. And the one below, which is the what do you call it, the gravitational magnetic field cup, that one is like bigger coil. And so, but circular coil. So if I go up a little more, the soul of physicality similarly has coil, and the soul of man also have coils, circular coils, but in bigger size. So this is what I made. I only connected, I didn't connect the nano parts of all the cups. Only the bottom 2 cups and the middle 2 cups. That's one difference I did. Because one of the things that I felt is that there is a connection going on through magnetically between all the cups, magnetic gravitational field going on through the cups. And I feel like it's complete, and this is my own feeling. And then there is the part about the connection with the cup, which is, I'll report that on later, but the main manifestation that I can see now is that it's, that I don't have hunger at all. And so anyway, any question, anything else I can talk about? Any other things?
Besides the lack of appetite, are you feeling anything emotionally, or is there anything happening in your life that's unusual?
I am generally, I don't worry. I mean, I never worried about things. I mean, mentally, I'm more or less, fairly reasonably peaceful. I don't have worries at all. So in that sense, nothing has changed. Maybe, I talked a little bit in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race about like when I was treating people, when I make the soul connection, I get a certainty that this is what I have to do. And maybe that's one area. I think this is difficult to tell because it's not like you get an emotional sensation or anything like that. It's not an emotional level thing. It's kind of like in doing things, I get like, something like the lack of certainty is much less. That's probably the biggest change I can think of. Sort of like once I think about something, it's like, yes, I know I have to do this, this, and this. And I don't have to think or plan too much in that sense. It just comes at the time I need to do it. Perhaps that's the only thing I would say that's a little bit different. And this is related to the same thing that I felt when I treat people. When I focus a lot, on my intention and try to raise it to the highest sort of field strength level I can. And it seems that, there is a degree of certainty in actions. It has to be observed over a period of time, so I can't really say much more beyond that. And one of the intentions of while building it is that the device, I don't intend to use any of the water drops or whatever. I think about using it so that it's just, I'll make magnetic field connections, soul level, emotional level, or whatever, physical level, even physical level. That all of those will be done, let's say, wirelessly. I don't want to do the water part at all. This is one of the intention I had in building this. So, and the reason I went for the circular coil is that too, because I want to connect at a field strength level as high as possible. I perhaps start at the lower field strength level, and then since I talked a little bit in one of the earlier Cosmos Reactor class. I can't talk now. It's a prayer time. Sorry. You can ask questions. I have to use the headphone. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ashfaq. Okay.
That was good. Thank you very much for sharing.
You can ask question. Can you hear me better now? I'm on headphone now. Is it okay?
Clearly.
Okay. Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, good. Then
how did you combat the energy from the logos from the Coca-Cola bottles, glasses?
There are no logos on these Coca-Cola glasses because it's Bangladesh. Things are cheaply made.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, the Coca-Cola bottle glass is nice because the top is bigger and my coils were too big for the smaller glasses. So I just used a different glass to make that fit.
Yeah, they look like a very wide mouth glass.
Yes, so that's the advantage. As you can see, I'll go in a different direction. So you see the coil is really filling up the glass. So anyway, so that's the main reason for going that route. But one of the interesting thing about doing this hanging thing is that, if you do the holes and everything correctly, when you hang it, it gets aligned properly in the vertical direction. But only thing is that sometimes the cup gets tilted a little bit, that you have to adjust a little bit. That's the difference between having it on a shelf. And I wanted to have the distances between the cup very specific. So that's another reason for going this way. So, but anyway, and I don't want it to touch the ground. So you can see that there is nothing touching the ground. It's so any question, I'll put it on a actually stand, otherwise.
Must have, if it touches the ground, what does it do?
No, it's just, I mean, to me, what I wanted to do is that the reason I did it this way, that so that I can see, I will actually move it higher up and see whether that makes me feel better or changes anything. It's just a fun thing rather than anything serious, really, that one. So let's see whether I can attach it to the.
This is the first of the 5 cup. Now we have 4 of those, right?
Yeah. So I have some plans about specifically building some things, but the reason, the one of the reason why I'm sort of the main thing, I mean, building such a cup does not take time, really. What I was more focusing on is the intention, let's say. So the intention part was, let's see, I can do it from the ground up. Let's see, that will be easier. You can see the whole thing. Okay, that's better. Okay. So the time I really spent on building this cup is that first I said, okay, what are my intentions? And so I did my intention. I said, okay, the design should be based on my intentions. And so then the refinement of the intention and the design changed a little bit and all that. So I spent about 3 weeks just the intention part while I was like nano coating, and I was thinking about no, not nano coating. I didn't even make a coil because I didn't know what coil I would put. I don't have any clue about what would be the size, how many turns, and all of these things. It had to come to me sort of like, in a way, based on my intention. So then once I kind of had my intention cleared up, I mean, whether it's like something like I will use it for example, I was mentioning about I will use it only for communication and transfer of energy through the fields and not through any physical means. And so this is one of the intentions. There were a few others, one relating to even the Universal Council I'm part of right now. And so all of these had to come together before I could really do anything. And then after that, well, no, I'll just do this, this, and that. That took very little time to get it all sorted in terms of what I wanted to do. So my physical part of the physical cup is I have the vertical coil. But I thought, well, we are kind of like vertical-ish type of people. So I will just make those vertical, and rest of them are sort of round fields. And I can actually, since the time I talked about coils in the class, and this is also relating to maggraph, because I tried to understand why I would use the circular maggraph type of coils. And that required understanding the coils itself. What are each turn is doing, and how the 2 turns interact and so forth. And then that's the vertical arrangement of the coil, let's say, sort of cylindrical arrangement, as you say. And then you make it a circular thing. So how does the field interaction change? So this actually helped me. I mean, before this, I was thinking about how to do these. I mean, understanding the coil. And I am fairly certain, and this is one of the things I'm not sure about talking to, and I won't today, but I think I now know how to make a generator. I'm fairly certain about that. Until I do it, I won't talk about it. And it can be done using whether we are using a maggraph type of device or whether it's like spherical reactors. And either of them could do it. The only thing is that it has to be it has to have self-generating power. And this is the part that I kind of started to understand when I first made the plasma battery. And so some of this understanding goes into this as well in deciding whether to use maggraph type of round coils or not. So anyway, These are some of my thoughts as I was making it, but hopefully some people will get some ideas out of it. That's the reason I'm talking about it. Anyway, if anybody has any question, I can answer.
Okay, I suppose that is 1/4 of Ike's question. Can we go over the 4, 5 cups?
Okay, 4 or 5, and it means how I made them. Is that the details of it? You know, that kind of thing.
I'm not sure how much information he needs.
Yes. That's the detail.
Okay, maybe it will be easier to draw it. You know, cameras don't give you. I don't know how whether you want. I can do it with the.
Do it with what? Do you want a whiteboard? Sorry, missing your audio there, Masha.
So, yeah, I can start. Can I? Oh, my internet is. Can you hear me? Because
yes, it just cut out briefly there.
Okay. So yes, okay, yeah, whiteboard. Yeah, I can draw there.
Do you want me to provide the whiteboard?
No, I will do it. So it's no problem.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll draw the top cup, which is very. So the original design of the cup was like this. You have the middle coil. I'm assuming everything is nano-coated here, so I'll just use one color. So the original design was like this, and you connect them together, and you use a separate piece of wire here. This is one of the things that is very specific, and this is how this is how I connected them, exactly this way. In my case, the difference is this. So it's the plate, and you can think of it this a circular coil. That's how I did the cup number 1 and cup number 5. So they're all hanging this way. So that's really the main difference between, this is a cup number 1 and 5. The same thing applies to cup 2 and 4. The only difference in case of cup 4 is that the coils are smaller. And same is true for cup number 1 and this particular coil in cup number, no, cup number 2, this one is non-nano-coated. No, wait a minute. This one is non-nano-coated and this one is non-nano-coated. That one is, okay. Okay, I'll write down what these 3 things are for each cup. Cup 1, it's nano-coated zinc. It's a plate and nano-coated zinc coil. So this is a plate, this is a coil, this is a nano-coated zinc coil. Cup 2, same thing, it's just zinc, nano-coated copper, coil, plate, and then copper, coil. Cup 3 is copper plate, nano-coated copper coil, and copper coil. Cup 3, can you read this? I'm not drawing very well. And then cup 4 is everything nano-coated copper plate, nano-coated copper coil, nano-coated copper coil. Cup 5 is nano-coated zinc coil, nano-coated iron coil, nano-coated copper coil. This is what I did. And so what happened? In terms of connections between cups, I'll first draw what Mr. Keshe suggested, which is, let me just erase that other picture. The connections where these are all connected together. Oops, it's still the eraser. Why didn't it change? That's interesting. Undo it. Somehow it's not changing. Huh. Okay, it changed. Okay, so these are all connected together as I have shown in the picture on the right. Same is true for these guys. And the original was you connect these together. That was the original design and also the non-nano-coated side, which is these guys. They were connected together. I did not do this way. I just connected the bottom 2 cups and the middle 2 cups. Cup 2 and 3 I connected, cup 4 and 5 I connected, but I didn't connect any others. That's the only difference I did in terms of connection between the cups. Does it make sense or do I need further explanation?
Why did
No,
you
I'm
make,
getting it.
why did you make
further explanation? Why did I make why did I not connect together? I was thinking about human soul is not really connected to anything. So the first cup is not getting connected to anything physically. That was the reason behind the first one. And the formation of the body does not need physical connection with the planet's gravitational magnetic field and the inertia. So that's why I didn't connect the bottom 2 cups with anything. They're connected because the physical construction and its the whole Earth is together. The physical body, the solar physicality, and heart part, and and the physicality is connected. So I connected the middle cup 2 and 3, and so that's the reason behind leaving the bottom 2 cups unconnected with the rest, and the middle 2 cup unconnected with the soul cup. That was my reasoning behind it. And there is magnetic field connection anyway. So I mean, I'm not concerned with this. And if it needs further assistance, my physicality will do the rest and soul level. No, I'm just kidding here. Anyway, but the effect is tangible, especially the not eating part. There is no doubt about that one. My sister, who also works with me, she made the cup well before me. Hers is more of the standard design, and her behavior. There is a more. I mean, as a brother, I can see in her behavior there is a significant change. She's much more pleasant in her interaction, and also, I mean, her hunger has reduced as well, but not to the same level as mine. But the behavioral change is very significant in her. There's no question about it. Very noticeable. And one of my students have made, his is very similar to mine. He with slight difference. He's noticing big changes in hunger. He likes eating a lot, so it's a big thing for him. So that's the other two experience I know of around me right now. A few of my friends are making it too, and we'll shortly know more experience about it. But having said that, I can talk a little bit about, you know, what we call the cup of man, which is the cup 2 and cup 3, and essentially the 2 Corona cups. And I have friends, and this is I suggested this in one of I teach a group of my friends this stuff as well, and they said that, you know, the Corona situation, you know, right now large number of people have Corona, and so you can detect the field when you go out, especially when you're spraying. And this friend of mine said that, well, she went to the grocery store and felt the field, and she felt like she has something. And she was feeling pain inside her chest area. And so she, instead of consuming or going into the protocol, she focused on transferring energy from the 2 cups directly to her. And what happened is that her pain went away in a very short period of time. And I said, okay, that's fine and good, but you know, you need to make sure you don't have it. So what she did is that she did the prevention protocol of like spraying, so that to make sure that you don't sense any change in the field. So although she didn't have any pain or heavy feeling in the areas of the body, after the spray, there was the spray did not detect any anomaly in the field. So even with the 2 cups, we do have examples of direct energy transfer between an individual and the 2 cups. So this is very, and this is not one person, there actually several people have since then done it. And it can be done. I guess the main point here is that when we consider that it can be done, or we are prepared at the emotional, perhaps even to a lesser extent soul level, these cups can be used that way. So anyway, so hopefully that gives some idea that this 5 cup can be extremely powerful in doing many of the things that we may resort to more conventional approach, which may include the Gans as well. Anyway, any other question? I can.
What do you think, Ike? Does that satisfy you as an answer to your
Yes.
question?
Yes, I was writing. Thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mashfaq, for
All right.
rising to the occasion there.
Well, it's not rising. It's just I just wanted to share a little bit of my experience. I don't know how many people. I don't come to this meeting as often as I used to, but hopefully this helps some people. And you know, anyway, thank you. Thanks everybody.
Alrighty. What else do we have lined up here? Do we have any questions? Just looking at our chats here. Rebecca had a question. What's the best sources to go to as a complete newbie and starting from point A to understand making GANs? I suggested that she look at the Understanding Plasma Science series for a good basic understanding. And of course, the KF Wikipedia is very useful for descriptions on how to make the various Ganses.
Children's videos are good too.
True.
The children's videos, for
True,
someone
yes.
who doesn't know anything, they're the best.
Yeah. Yep, there's some pretty deep things that go on during those children's so-called kids and all these seekers workshops.
Adults don't have enough open mind to absorb all this.
Yep, one of the hardest people to teach the plasma technology is those that have a PhD and think they already know everything. They have to unlearn before they can learn. That's the tough part about it. Okay, still waiting for Dean to show up. I think he might be coming around sometime around now, he mentioned. And we can show his video once he gets here. And what else do we have?
What about this radical change Mr. Keshe is talking about in the departure from the current teachings?
Radical change.
In the teachings that he's going to start delivering after, is it October 21st?
I thought he was talking about March 21st of next year.
Well, this is, I think, setting up for the interface between leaders in the universal community and leaders on this planet.
Yes, it was October 21st. I re-listened to it today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. And he was going to teach us even if we were sleeping 24 hours a day.
Correct. There's going to be dramatic leaps in knowledge, apparently. And some of the things he said he'll be teaching can't even be used in this galaxy or solar system. It's way beyond what we're going to imagine.
Well, we shall see.
That's what he said.
We will hopefully see.
So I was wondering if that was going to change the face at all of the reactor group.
I have no idea. I'm sure it will,
Yeah.
as these things do.
And in that same time, he said that there'll be 10,000 to 100,000 people taking off out into deep space, but many of them won't be able to find their way back. And this is going to cause some sort of dilemma on the planet for whatever reason. So there's some huge shift going to be going on in the teaching. And as John said, we'll be teaching you, he said, when you're sleeping 24 hours a day.
Is it kind of lost in space?
We'll leave it up to the surprise. Just to be aware that there's a shift, phase shift or some shift coming. And the intimate interactions or the time frame with the universal community as well. And I even think he said leaders in the universal community. Interfacing with leaders here. Which we've heard of these meetings before with President Eisenhower and different other things on tarmacs and so on and so forth. But I think this will be front and center.
Yeah, I have no idea. We shall see. Always seems to manifest a little differently than what our expectations are, but either better or worse, or more impressive, less impressive, something along those lines. We're seeing now, I'm seeing a big push for what's called these med beds, or medical beds is the full term for that. And there's some videos that have been released showing med beds from the secret space program and other private enterprises that have developed different types of med beds, and using either field effects, but mostly sort of, to me, archaic kind of technology, where they have a med bed with a laser scalpel, so they can do surgery with precise computer operated surgery with a laser. And I'm thinking, well, that's great if you want to cut things and remove things out of the body. But that's still old technology as far as I'm concerned. I don't care how precise and their slicing and dicing is, it's still cutting stuff out of the body. And that's perhaps the older type of technology in a way. So I've just seen that there seems to be a push now. President Trump has mentioned med beds and healing by light. some of these med beds are light operated. They have different types of light frequencies that are used for healing.
They worked that light therapy stuff 25, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing really new.
That's right.
You know, as long as they can get rid of Trump's orange skin, maybe they'll work.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, what else do we have here? Nobody has any questions or anything they want to discuss? Are they just, everyone here just waiting for the big reveal of someone's spaceship in their garage or whatever?
We're waiting for the AMI 5 Sky Dean doing spy to show up with some new toys.
Now, when I first saw the universal unit, it immediately brought me to this, what was purported to be the Montauk chair in Long Island, in Montauk, Long Island. Do you remember that, Rick?
Chair?
Yeah, I remember
Montauk.
that chair.
Right, right. And it reminded me of a jump room, of some sort of jump room where they were experimenting purportedly at Curtis Wright and other locations where people could actually perhaps go from one side of the country to the other and materialize. And this was all sort of, again, thought or conjecture, or maybe it wasn't true, or it was conspiracy and so on. But there's quite a few of these stories. So I was conceiving the unit as some sort of jump room. It may physically fly as well as take you to the moon without you don't have to go to the moon.
The jump rooms were real. They had them in Montauk too.
Right, right. Yeah, I've read quite a bit on it.
Oh, I knew one of the scientists that worked there. One of them.
Tell us more. They were using electricity and magnetic fields and so on, correct?
Yeah.
In the
big generators and magnetic fields, and they were frying people's brains, and because of the energy, they thought they knew what they were doing, but some of the mathematicians, they wouldn't even go on. The guys that did the computer, he wouldn't even go in the room. No way, I'm not going in there. It's hard enough to get these computers to keep working because the energy would fry stuff. He said, never mind, put a person in there. They were playing with a lot of dark stuff then.
Yeah, there's a lot of these programs going on for sure. But there was an extensive interview by a fellow named Andrew Bisago, Biasago, something along that line, where he said he was involved in this, and I can't remember all the details, but he had actually met Barack Obama in that same program.
Yeah, and they both went to Mars together.
Yeah,
Richard Hoagland did a whole interview and series like that, where he interviewed him.
Mm-hmm. Where he said, and this guy was a practicing attorney apparently, he said he had met Barack Obama at that time, and that Barack Obama had told him that he would be president of the United States one day. So I don't know if they had some foreknowledge they were getting, or, you know, obviously very super secret, and military people having their children enlisted in some of these programs, or other people and so on. So, but these were purportedly things that actually took place, just like with the Eldridge and Tesla and others, with the ship, the Eldridge. So they've been dabbling and not knowing what they're doing, but they are dabbling.
Absolutely, they're dabbling. There's a lot of conjecture that these fires they're causing in California, what was the Paradise? I think it was called Paradise, California, where they burnt the whole area down because there was a group of aliens living there underground. They just decided, okay, we'll fry everybody with a satellite, you know, and one house will be gone and the next house beside it won't even be touched. Oh, it just, and then wild stuff. Star Wars, right, happening right in front of our eyes.
But our technology is the promotion of peace.
Exactly.
In the universe. And that's why I think, as Mr. Keshe, no one's ever come here to harm, and with the knowledge they have, they could have to take this planet as child's play. So they're not on the aggressive, even though this is why I think a lot of the stories are reported. They're flying over military bases, the weapons, and we have to be prepared, you know, and the space fleet and so on and so forth. So they're trying to construct the ideas that we have to go in as a warring culture, which obviously you won't get 1 inch out there.
That's right. They want to play the fear card, the bad alien card. They've been, you know, look at the old sci-fis, and they started all that stuff in the 40s and 50s with the bad alien movies, you know, and this continues today.
Yep, and the movie that I saw, I'll post it here. It's a YouTube video on healing technology of the SSP, which is the secret space program, and the science of manifestation. And it's about these med bed type contraptions that supposedly the military and others have been developing for years and so on and so forth. And one thing I noticed, let me post the link here. And people can look at it at their own time. It's a 2-hour plus video. But it's interesting to look at to see what supposedly is the state of the art, what they would call state of the art in technology now, but in actuality is, to me, really, really funky, because let me just get this link in here so I'm not distracted just a second. To live stream. There we go. What I noticed in this video was they showed all these different contraptions, you know, that with some of them you slide into and they'll have lights inside, or some other type of fields, or scalpel, laser scalpel, or whatever. And quite often they'll have these kind of gel packs around you to immobilize the body and make it so you can't move. And it turns out why they want to do that is often for their indoctrination and torture type situations that they want to put people under. So these so-called med beds that are used for the military and so on are not always for rejuvenating the troops and making people heal and so on. It can be used for dark purposes, let's say, and for torture and that kind of thing.
Well, they're probably also make their super soldiers.
Yes, right.
Robot, half human guys, and that's
where
what
you
the
can
beds
erase.
are for.
You can erase their mind and erase their emotions and put in what you want, essentially. Although I heard that they had trouble with that when they developed clones, that the clones started crying when they were told to kill someone. And they had trouble with that. So
each time they clone the clone, there's less of the, it depends on the type of clone they want. Do they want an ambassador or a killer? You know, and each time you look at these guys that do the animal cloning, the more and more clones they have, the less and less the original pattern of the animal is there. Yeah, the form is there, but it don't function right.
Mhm.
There's no
Right,
consciousness. The soul's
the-
gone.
Well,
And the
maybe,
eth-
but still, they got something, whatever's left that is told to go and kill, and it starts crying instead, is got some sort of heart still in it. So maybe it's the soul of the physicality that doesn't have the big soul, let's say. But I don't know. I thought that was kind of ironic, though.
And of course, Mr. Keshe says the ethos in space is that a superior being never abuses an inferior being. And I believe he used those exact words.
That was interesting. There's discussion about how to treat one's enemies that came up in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace yesterday. And Mr. Keshe was discussing how one can, well, first of all, you can elevate yourself if you're having trouble. The idea is if you're having some sort of trouble with others, or maybe someone is really irritating to you. Every time you hear their voice, it just makes your teeth grate, and you want to, just run away or something, or confront them, let's say. The idea is that there's a couple of different ways you can approach that. And one is to elevate oneself, and the other part is to elevate the other person. And then he came up with this interesting variation where you essentially ask your enemy, or the one that you're confronting at this time, to elevate you. You ask them to elevate you to the position where they are, so that you can understand where they're coming from, and so no longer have that conflict. And that can be quite off-putting to an enemy, to be asked to
Pray for me.
to pray for the person you're up against. It's an interesting idea. Jacko, you have a microphone open. Would you like to speak?
Yes, good morning. I was thinking about if you all ever thought about why President Trump is so healthy, so fast, like he is. And my thoughts were that maybe in the background he uses the Ganses because he knows about it. He refused to do it officially, but my feeling says that he did.
Other world leaders have used it for themselves and their families, Mr. Keshe said, without sharing.
And Trump made all of his doctors sign a non-disclosure agreement before he would allow them to work with him.
Mm-hmm. So that was one of the things. And the other thing is that last week I was reading about the teachings from 300 upon 303. And Mr. Keshe was telling about the soul, and the soul to see like an onion with the different skins. and that these skins are all connected to the different levels on energy level. So for me, this was like a key. I recognize that we don't need the Ganses in principle, because the Ganses are only a connection between matter and energy. And he always talks about, we don't need the Ganses, we don't need the cups, we can do it directly. And I was always asking, how is this possible? And when I read about this onion and the different skins, the different levels, then it came clear to me. And I thought, yeah, okay, it is possible to do it directly with your soul. And he always says, if the soul goes, the physicality has to follow. So I think this is the way. It's like a key to the solution. But I'm curious about your opinion about that. Hello?
I'm here. Is there anybody else that would like to give an opinion?
Can you read it for us? Exactly what he said?
Well, it is the knowledge seekers from 300 on in kfwiki.org. You can also read it. It is written there. It's very, very interesting to read. Can only recommend it, because that, for me, brings the connection between the physicality and the soul level, the energy level. And the energies are everywhere. So if you can connect to any level of energy, you can transform it to the material. And I think this is also where we start making the possibility to manifest matter in a certain level or in a certain position. And then we don't need any apparatus or device or whatever.
And I thought he said things will still go on this planet. You'll be battling COVID and all the worries you have.
Yes, you have both dimensions, the dimension of the physicality and the dimension of the fields.
But
So
didn't he say that the plasma technology being taught in the matter state would seem rather blasé or rather uninteresting anymore?
Of course, because if you have all options open in the fields, why should you restrict to the matter and all the shackles the matter brings with him? That's exactly where the key is for me. When I read this, I thought, aha, this is the way. And it has to do with my visit in Linz too. I was there. I had a connection with my stacker system in Meiringen in Switzerland. It's more than 700 kilometers, but still it was there. And for me, it was absolutely real. And that's when I started to think about, yeah, if this connection happens, everything can be connected. So also since this time, when I'm with my stacker connected, I send the love the most I can to all, because this is the dome of peace where we're working on. And it's good to spray, to give the environment the Gans waters. I also do, mostly do when I can every day, because for me for work, it's sometimes difficult to do it on the times they normally do. But the connection on the energy level is borderless, is universal or cosmic. So it's a great thing.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm listening with some distance from the actual words. As far as what Mr. Keshe said, if I may, can I?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Jackie, you're from Autriche?
No, I'm from Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland. Okay, because we have another Jackie also from Switzerland.
No, I'm Jack Go.
Huh?
Jack Go is my name.
Okay. Mr. Keshe said, as far as I understood, if the soul is elevated enough, he can unglobe he can get the physicality inside. He can cover up the physical.
Inside out, outside in.
So the illness would go.
Yes.
Because the soul completely covers it.
Exactly. And it's also what happens in the universal units. If you go inside there, the only thing that really happens is to free the soul. So all the energy is free, and in fact, you can do whatever you imagine. And I think that is also why Mr. Keshe says that you first have to think about what your intention is, what you want, what your wish is, before you go inside of the unit. Else it can come out quite wrong.
I've seen somebody who had gone into the unit in Munich, in Germany, in another, where was it? In Munich, the other exposition before Linz, and in Munich, I think. He had been there, and he went into the unit, and I felt he's more calm. He's more, he changed. Even though he was there, I think 15 minutes or 20 minutes, I felt like he had changed.
Yeah, it's the balancing of the fields, balancing of the cells, and that's also what's doing the healing process. In a balanced body, it's not possible to have any disease because of the environment. If the environment is balanced, then the physicality has to follow.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you has done this 5 stacks horizontal people.
I think with the knowledge seekers, probably all.
No, how many have you done the 5 stacks?
I have only one 5-stacker.
Okay, stacker. That is very good for me. I really have change in stability. Maybe I have
definitely.
I feel happiness sometime in deep inside. I have the moments of real calm and something inside me very profound.
Exactly.
And I feel like my feet are on the earth. I really feel that's really good.
Exactly.
And that's with good intention. Maybe I made it. I don't know. I didn't know what I was waiting for. But honestly, even though I don't use it very much, it has shown I can't get angry. I cannot get angry and or frustrated and kind of more stable in my food, down to earth. I really feel something like enhancement. I think something like that would help for some people, like enhancement unit. So I'm glad that he taught us this one.
It's a very big gift, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jaco, when you were at the around the building or in the building, did you sense those stronger emotions of, let's say, care and happiness and peace and collaboration and cooperation?
It was, we were quite early, so we had to sit on a seat in front of the building, and we had time to think and to feel. And it was really like putting up my hairs when we walked inside of the building. And when we came up to the platform, Klaus was playing Robin Schulz with the song Fire in Your Eyes with the UFO. And I can tell you, this was a once in a lifetime experience. It was undescribable. And if you feel the fields, you are in the fields, then this is how it should be in future. So yeah, it was really great. It was a great
How did
experience.
the music feel coming out of the UFO? How did it feel different?
It's like you're in a concert with 100 loudspeakers around, and they are perfectly in surround. That's how I can describe. it's the sound of the bass, and maybe you can listen to this song, Fire in Your Eyes. It was very special. It was a great experience. And then later Mr. Keshe came, and I also did a few words with him, and yeah, it was very, very great.
I'm curious because you mentioned that the sound was sounding so perfect from that little thing.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes, it is, because the UFO is not connected. It's flying, so you have a perfect transmission of the sound waves in the area around. It doesn't matter where you are. And I think this is the effect, because it's flying above. Normally, a loudspeaker has a fixed point which is connected to Earth, and the membrane is moving, and this one is without any connection. So
and all speakers are grounded.
Normal, yes. But the UFO is flying, it's on the magnetic field, so I think that's why it's so special, sounded so special. And it's only 20, 30 centimeters in diameter, and the hall is like, I don't know how many square meters, so it really sounded like there's a speaker everywhere.
But there must be some Ganses in the UFO too, isn't it?
There is, yes, in the moon and in the UFO.
So that must amplify it somehow. Okay,
yes.
Interesting.
And what was the music that was playing?
Robin Schulz with Fire in Your Eyes. Klaus played
We're supposed to know what that is.
Just on repeat, you mean? It was over and over.
Sorry?
It was on repeat over and over?
Yeah, he was playing it. After when the guidance started, he stopped the music because it was easier to talk together, and he was showing the Ganses and the reactors and everything. And,
so it's Robert Schultz, and what was the name of the music again?
Robin Schultz, and Fire in Your Eyes.
Fire in Your Eyes, okay.
Something modern?
It is something modern, but it fitted perfectly to the situation, to everything, and yeah, it was great. The knowledge seekers who were there, we were about 8 people all together, and yeah, it fitted perfectly to the situation.
Okay, we can't play the music here, otherwise they'll copyright us, but
I just put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I want to hear it anyway.
It was my experience there in Linz, so yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty interesting what you say that, I mean, probably that was my thought, that the Ganses would somehow empower the music that's being put out in the speaker. I didn't know how, of course, because I don't know how it works, but Keshe does.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe told that the Gans is only the connection between the matter state and the field state. That's why we made the Ganses. That's the reason why he brought it to us, so we can learn and we can play with it. And the stackers, he says, is the sandbox to play with.
Yeah.
The experiences we make are used for, I think, from the 21st of October on, when the universal teachings start. We need this knowledge to understand where he's talking about. Else we will not understand, I think. So,
it would be interesting to know how the Ganses are related to the actual speaker element, if they're like around the speaker element, or where they are sitting in relationship to the speaker element.
yeah. Yeah,
as someone who likes music and plays music, I would really love to know, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's like a transducer. They have the underwater transducers, you know, maybe that's how it's built. Maybe the speaker's right literally inside maybe it's a tiny little speaker inside a fluid membrane of Gans.
It's possible, yes. I was astonished that the teachings didn't include waves, sound waves more till today. Because for me, music has to do with feelings. I feel the music. Some musics catch me and some don't. And I think this is also a part of global teachings that sounds are very important.
Yeah, I would love to ask him a lot of questions about sound, but I don't think it, so far I haven't felt that it was been the appropriate moment to do it. But the relationship between sound and fields and light would be really nice to know.
Absolutely.
From his perspective. Or the universal perspective.
Absolutely. And another thing, I would like to ask a question. Does someone knows more about the Oasis project? Because there are some pictures in the internet which are very interesting. But does someone know if someone is working on that, or that we can expand on that?
Well, there are private courses and teachings going on with some of that as a topic.
Okay, because I think that's the key for humanity. You know, if we have such devices and they are in a price range where everyone can pay, then we can make the physical people independent from the shackles we have. That we have to earn money to heat the house and to feed, to have electricity and so on. So I think that is a very key project.
Well, the thing about it is it has the key of everything with it, which is the reactor. And if we had the reactor, then we would have the power supply, which generates the fields for the Oasis unit. And generates then the materials such as food, water, and generates the protective fields and the heat, and decontaminates the environment and materials and so on and so forth. It's a kind of a multi-purpose unit.
It's the perfect camping equipment.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect for camping, and we might all be campers in the near future.
Oh, I want to.
We may have to move out of areas and move into new areas and just go camping, because that's what a lot of people in my area are starting to do. They're moving away from cities, trying to get away into the rural areas and just basically go camping.
Yep.
And many people are buying old RVs now and getting them back on the road and that kind of thing.
Yeah, with free positioning, you can go wherever you want. You can stay on the highest mountain and make your home there.
Exactly.
Or have a floating castle in the sky. That's my idea.
Yeah, that's another good one.
In the sea. Would be cool.
It's already done by a very famous Japanese anime author, or what do you say, writer, or whatever. It's called Lappinkulta. It's a really nice anime story about the flying castle.
Yeah. But we can imagine we can make it in time.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what you brought up, I always love to bring up too. I mean, give us just that little extra of understanding how we can get free energy, free water, free all this stuff that we need for our survival, and not the other rubbish. We don't need the other rubbish. And then we can be free. We don't have to be, kept into these systems.
Exactly. Since I was 13, I knew it would come. And I was listening to Peter Zalocher's teachings, and then he came up with Mr. Keshe. And for me, it was the first second that when he started talking about it, it was like, that's it. That's the key. It's the possibility for humanity, for mankind to change. Was 2016.
That's how I came in contact with his teachings. I was kind of looking for alternative energy and ways of how people have figured out how they can create water and all these kind of things that we need for necessity for survival. And then just one day, and what it was, 2010 or something, I bumped into Keshe and I was like, wow, this is the beginning of the solution somehow.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah, and I really hope for humanity, because there are so many people suffering because they cannot work as hard enough to get the money enough for the raise the children, to heat the house. And then for those, these oases you're showing now exactly is the key. Then we're not depending anymore on people who do such slavery to humanity.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, I like this. You must have heard about the guy who started the Ubuntu movement, Michael Tellinger or something like that. He has a really interesting ideas about that we just need to build our own society with outside the society, and then they lose their influence over us will be less and less because we have made our own system, which is a much more fair system. And it's really interesting. You can, I think it's ubuntu.com or maybe it's ubuntu.org. I was there, I was looking through that website, and they have really interesting ideas about how you can, he says, if you take a 5,000 people town and then we would, he said we would just reorganizing the structure of the whole town. And within a certain amount of time, everyone will have more time, more money, and just a happier life in general. And I think it really is a scheme that works. So
yeah, it is. It has to. If you think about everything and try to connect everything together, then it has to. On the other hand, we have two ways we can choose. This way is the way of the physicality, or we choose the way of the energy.
Exactly.
And if you choose the way of the energy, you don't need any device anymore.
You mean the energy, you mean the way of the spirit? That's kind of what you're saying. Energy.
Yes, living in the fields with your soul directly in the energy. These two ways, Mr. Keshe says, we have to choose in time. And I think this time will be sooner than we think.
Yeah, I hope so. But I'm just thinking about the general population. I don't know how many people are ready to, leave all their habits behind. So
at the moment, not so much.
No, so that's why I'm thinking there must be like a better way for those who are not ready to leave things behind, and
that's why the knowledge seekers are there. I think we as knowledge seekers, we have to show or to help Mr. Keshe to spread it to the people. But there are a lot of people who say, no, I don't want to know about that. I'm not interested. You feel it very soon if you talk to people. And the other ones who say, hey, yes, tell me more, then they're open and you can reach them and then also help them. I had several people 2 weeks ago, a friend from a company I work came, and he had problems with his knee. He was really walking like an old man, and he had a lot of pain. And I told him, come, not for the pain, but to look at my stackers, because we were talking about the Ganses and the stackers. And then he stand in front of my stackers for maybe 3-4 minutes. And he says, oh, it hurts so much in my knee, I have to sit down. So he did sit down, and I gave him a Gans pad, which he put on his knee. And then he says, yeah, no, it's getting a little bit better, and it was okay. So he went home, and the next day I went to his office room, and he was coming to me, and he was walking normal. And I said, hey, what happened to you? And he says, it's gone, it's all gone. And he was doing this for 3 months. He was a physiotherapist, he was with the doctors, and nothing helped, really nothing. And I'm not sure, I'm no doctor, I cannot do any conclusion on that, but still the next day he was walking normal, and since then he isn't walking normal. So for me it is okay when I can help.
Yeah, as long as it helps.
Exactly.
Great observation.
It is. Life is about experiences, and this was one of the beautiful experiences.
So the question seems to come up about going to space is, we have this beautiful planet here. It's all kinds of lovely things and beautiful people and wonderful experiences and love and all of that. Why would we want to leave planet Earth and go to space, which can be seen as kind of dark voidness or you know, the big unknown, the big question mark in a way. Why would we want to leave the safety and convenience and you know, all of that on planet Earth to go to space to start with? What would drive us or attract us to do that?
Well, let's go back to history and take a look at Noah's story, or Eve and Adam and Eve's story. There were some circumstances that drove those people out of those comfortable situations. So we at least need to have the option to leave.
Right. So that's one circumstance where we might be driven to want to leave, like things are so bad on Earth that it could force you to sort of leave, or
curiosity.
You know, Rick, I think if you understand the totality, it's no problem to come back. You always have the option to come back, and then, as Mr. Keshe says, at the moment it's also possible to do both, to travel and to manifest on Earth in physicality. So I think for the time to decide if you really want to go or not, you have the possibility to have both at the moment. And that is one of the beauties of this time.
Yes, true. But for many people, they don't recognize that, and they're not seeing what the attraction is to go to space. Why would you want to go to space when you've got Netflix and you know, TV?
Well, I can only speak for myself. I'm since maybe 10 years or 15 years very connected to a planet called Alnitak in the Orion. I cannot tell you why it is, but I feel I'm connected to this place very much, and I really want to visit that place.
That's funny. I have the same thing. I'm not sure which planet it is, but or which star or whatever. But I'm definitely attracted to one of the stars in Orion's belt, and it just happens to come up with me a lot in the last decade, especially the last 5 years or so. It's interesting.
Exactly.
I feel attracted to it.
He said,
sorry, Rick. Why don't you think like this, that Earth is a village and you need to see the city, and then after that you need to see the country and the other countries? You want to stay all your life in this village?
No.
But eventually, most people come back to the village, at least to visit, if not to live, because that's what they like.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
So you find the best place you can travel. Yes, exactly.
he said something about if you going into space about interacting with which is puzzling, interacting with the real field of the universe. I thought we are interacting with the real field of the universe, but maybe not in the matter state.
Maybe that comes close to the creator.
We're under heavy gravitational and magnetical fields here on Earth. So that's what changes everything. It changes our perspective and our ability. You know, we're in a way, a big protective bubble on Earth. If you look at the way the magnetic field of the Earth repels the more serious rays of the universe and transforms them so that we can live here without getting fried, basically. But perhaps we can learn to live in those higher intensity rays and fields in space, and you know, actually thrive on it in a way. But we have to learn to take it, and that's you know, if we have a hard time being in the sunshine of planet Earth without putting on all kinds of greasy stuff on our skin to keep from burning and so on, imagine when we're not protected by the Earth's atmosphere.
Well, is another thing holding us back our war mentality?
That's why we have to learn.
That's the big one that's keeps us from going off into space, is the way I understand it. It won't be tolerated. It's not tolerated in space.
Yeah, we're quarantined in a way. So
Well, we look at the old sci-fi show Babylon 5. A virus came to Earth and everybody had to leave Earth to the space stations above and get along with all the aliens or the warfare stations. And, you know, is that where we're going?
Could very well be.
He did bring up that scenario in the when the COVID. He said we've seen this in other planets in the universe. It takes over everything. We may have to leave this planet and come back. But I don't think obviously the other scenario is we spray and everything goes back to normal in 3 to 6 months. All our worries and our insecurities and our food gathering and so on. But that he said won't happening.
There's probably a thousand different scenarios that could play out that could mean the end of the human race, basically. So I mean, it does make sense that we should prepare to go to space as soon as possible. I mean, it's possible that a huge nuclear war breaks out and we're in a nuclear winter that freezes everything on the planet, essentially. And that could happen, within weeks, basically. And that's it. If we don't have any preparations, we're kind of out of luck.
Or getting pulled back into the sun as the sun has created the planets in the solar systems. At one point, it's pulled back, as it happens in solar systems around the universe on a weekly basis.
Yep, and they say that's supposed to be like in millions of years away and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, the scientists, you can't trust them because they made a big boo-boo with measuring carbon, apparently, and that came up. I mentioned it recently. It came up after the last Knowledge Seekers workshop when Mr. Keshe was talking about carbon and carbon being so important in the universe and so on and so forth. And then bingo, the day after, I noticed this news item from a physics, phys.org, one of these physics places. And it described how the scientists have messed up with carbon. They made a huge boo-boo that's going to completely alter all of their conceptions of the age of the universe and could change their readings and their knowledge by as much as 1/3 in terms of the age of stars and this kind of thing, because they made some miscalculations with carbon, and it's way more important than they thought it was, and so on. So
when NASA used metric, they crashed their probe to Mars because, and after a super long distance, metric didn't turn out to be, because of the curvature they were taking, it wasn't as accurate as their old measurement system.
But no worries, Rick. If the planet does get pulled in, it'd be so instantaneous. I think Mr. Keshe said nobody will feel a thing.
Blink of an eye, we're gone.
Just as the rain comes from the clouds and returns back up to. Same with the solar systems.
Well,
and the sun itself doesn't go out of business. It just gets chewed up and becomes something else for somewhere else.
I want to bring up another reason why we should leave, or when we can leave the Earth. Maybe when the mission accomplished parameters are set. Why have we come to Earth in the first place? And I think just as the virus has come, we are also a kind of virus to the Earth, some kind of leech on the Earth as we work. Maybe we have come here to help the Earth mature. And once the Earth is mature and we have done our job as Jesus Christ, taken all these sins from humanity, maybe we as humanity are taking all the sins from Earth and converting them into good fields. Like, the kidney transfers all the energies that the body doesn't need anymore into matter state so that it can get rid of it. Maybe we are the kidneys of the Earth in some respects, so that we are doing this cleaning up job. that we are supposed to do. And we have achieved the mission parameters. We have cleaned up the Earth, alleviated her from all those bad feelings which make us like we are, then we can leave the Earth.
Right, and even with all these gifts to humanity, all this technology provided, he said that I guess if the souls are not elevated within 2 to 3 generations, we'll go right back to killing and warring. So there's something else that's got to happen with the elevation of the souls, and it's got to remain. Otherwise, even with the technology, we go right back to the old ways.
Of course, I mean, technology is just a tool. It's not the solution.
Just noticed Dean has arrived, so Rick, you can pass to him when necessary. And I'm sorry, guys, but I have to leave now to spend some time with my wife. So thank you, everyone.
So you are fired.
Stop it, Jalal. I'm fired up, yes, that's for sure. Very fired up. You're a beauty, Jalal.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. And I'll watch the recording to the end. Thanks.
Good night, Doug.
Bye.
Let me ask a question, guys, please, all of you. If you are in the village, you live all your life in a village, and now you know there is a city. Can you go just like this to the city with your knowledge of the village?
Yes, he gave that example, right?
Yes, yes.
The guy couldn't survive in the big
yes,
city.
of course, they will use you because you are not equal to their knowledge. Everything is different for you. But now someone came to this village and he is putting all his efforts to teach you how to be equal in this city with all your knowledge, that no one will abuse you there. Just see it like this. If there is a village without electricity, without TV, without radio, a village in the Amazon, take these people to the city, what will happen?
That's the Crocodile Dundee movies.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He goes to the city and he's got his big knife and everything, and you know, he's does things differently because he comes from the jungle basically, and that makes for some funny interactions, and of course some strange things happen.
And it will be always like this. Don't think you will stop. Always, if you go from a village to a city, there is a country. From country, there is a continent, and continent there is a whole earth, and earth there is a solar system, and so on and so on.
What if the man from the village was educated like they are in the city? Would he want to go to the city, or would he want to stay in the village?
Yes, of course. You can go to the city and learn and educate yourself, and go back to the village and make it prosperity. And this is what is going on. Why you are here? You are learning and to make at least your village, that means who you know and yourself, to work with this knowledge and make them not to be suffered from electricity or pain or shortage of food or whatever. And this device in front of you, it's open everything for you.
And I was just thinking, it's like living in a shanty, which is sort of a dilapidated structure house, and it's dark and dingy, and you got cobwebs, but you raised your family there, and they accept the conditions and so on and so forth. But if you saw a different way to do it, would you go back and live the same way? And I'm just equating that to what the universal community sees us here as basically, even though your house may be clean and bright and polished or whatever and so on, it's still a shanty in a way. You know, like Mr. Keshe says, when they see the people here on Earth, they call them four-wheelers because we're still driving around in automobiles. They refer to us as four-wheelers. So would you want to go back to the, even though you've accepted the shanty and the way of life and, you know, and you have love and care per se, and if you were shown a better way, would you want to take it? I think most people would.
But is it a better, what could be turned better? Because maybe the objective is not to move to the city to be in a better position, but maybe the objective is to be free in oneself in whatever position you happen to be in. So if you're in that shanty, for example, but are choosing to be there and voluntarily being there because maybe you find it has a higher percentage of the love factor than the city did, because maybe in a past life you've already been to the city, you've been to the higher areas, and you figured out, well, it's, you know, it's got a lot to offer, but so does the shanty. And maybe you were closer to your friends in the shanty than you were in the city, and maybe you were able to be more of an essence being in that circumstance instead of a highfalutin traveler of the universe or something.
Or is it the perception of happiness?
He
Maybe the guy in the shanty's happy.
Exactly,
happy
but
the guy in the mansion.
He alluded to the idea of a worry-free zone in space. So these worries, these concerns.
It's kind of the idea as you go higher in the higher levels, there should be less of the lower emotion concerns, let's say, and less identification with those, what we call worries, or you know, identifying with possible futures that probably won't happen.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Can you hear me okay?
Clearly, Dean. Hi. Yes.
Hello.
Hi,
Rick. Great.
Welcome, Dean.
Thank you. Lovely to be here. Guys, just, you know, I'm sat here once more in the hall. Herbert's next to me. And yeah, and I thought you'd like to hear from Herbert. So we've got the cup of life, we've got some calcium, and we've got some magnesium in front of us. And Herbert can explain some things about this if you'd like to hear about it.
Yes.
What are you guys going to blow up?
Can you show us too?
Yeah, let me show. Right, so Rick, I've got this new device where it's on a gimbal and things. So I'm going to see if I can get it to work. So I'm going to share the screen and then see how we get on, okay?
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing to allow you to share easier, and make sure the video can be shared. That should be on. And I've got the video that you sent as well, so we can have a look at that later. I saved that.
Right, can you see us, guys?
Yeah, MI5
yes, we can.
Operation.
There you go. There we are.
Red dot.
A little bit more organized today. So
nice cut, Herbert.
Yes.
It's still warm. So nice to see you. Yeah, good to speak with you all. So to start with, Herbert and I started speaking about the cup of life and things, and Herbert wanted to explain some information about the pH levels of some of the Gans that he's made. Yeah, magnesium. Most of you have made magnesium, right? With like, yeah, two ways for magnesium. Either with, I do it with the magnesium citrate, and the normal way, like food Gans. You carry on. I will yeah, cleanse a couple now for the show. With NOH, and not long ago I found out that making, you know, making with the NOH, and after then washing it out again, the NOH. I usually test it with the pH meter, how far the pH goes down. Interestingly, with magnesium, I found out that it did not go down below 10. So actually it's 10.3 in my pH meter, even when you fill it up with fresh water. Then first moment it is down, but then again it goes up to 10.3. So this is magnesium. Magnesium, you can of course also make with, I didn't make with the magnesium rods. One nanocoat and the other raw. Works also very well. Calcium. Calcium citrate or calcium from the fish bone, cutting fish bone. With calcium citrate, again, doing the with NOH. My experience and observation was that we could not go down below 12 pH level. Washing it 10 times with a lot of water, it always goes back up above 12. Have you observed it earlier? Making the calcium?
No, but I remember Sandor bringing up the effects of him washing the Gans with the salt content continuing to go up. And I can't remember Mr. Keshe's explanation. When he was rinsing, Sandor was keeping detailed records of his salt concentration, and it went down and down, but then it jumped back up again after further washings. And there was some sort of explanation Mr. Keshe gave for that.
I did not observe this. I checked salt and pH level with a good meter, but I did not observe some special behavior with the salt, but especially with the pH in calcium and magnesium. Yeah.
While we have your knowledge in our presence, unless you wanted to continue, I wanted to ask you on the potassium hydroxide. Do you use it? Do you use it in combination with the caustic? How much do you use, and where do you source it from?
I get it also in the pharmacy or drugstore. Actually, I use it only when I need, for normal nanocoating, I don't use it. For copper nanocoating, I use it for, like when I did gold nanocoating. So to get more heat, Mr. Keshe said, it gives you more heat than the NOH. Again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know what's been discussed, but I'm just going to show some people around. There's some people just come from France. Would you like to?
No. It's good.
Okay,
good.
France.
Okay. My French is not good.
Why not?
Yeah. Okay, I'm back.
Another question I had for you, Herbert, or are you Herbert's younger brother now? Because of the haircut.
Yeah, it was high time to do the haircut. Yeah.
Mr. Keshe asked us to stop making CH3 and that it apparently the virus could source some energy from the CH3. But now I see there's some CH3 in a jar in the exhibition hall.
Yes. Yes.
Can you balance this for me? He asked us not to make CH3.
He did in the lab. He did not say no, we cannot bake now, or we cannot show it now. This is now my personal understanding that if somebody has the virus or other viruses too, not to apply it at the person. Yeah, like you would not apply it with somebody who has the tumor or cancer.
Okay, thank you.
But when you use spraying at home, the apartments and so on, that field, to my understanding, that field is much stronger.
Also, if you were a virus in that exhibition hall, you wouldn't stand a chance. You wouldn't stand a chance anyway.
Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to get near that CH3 bottle. It's protected by too many layers.
The fields here are so beautiful. Virus has no chance. Even, yeah, no chance.
Herbert, have you worked with the Magrev at all? We want to unravel some secrets of Magrev. And
not at all. Not true. Not at all. I have made my own Magrevs, but I never went deep into Magrev. So I in this way I cannot give any advice or any deeper insights. Just I felt always I made the Magraphs at the beginning, and the nano coating then and the nano coating now is for me a big difference. So the nano coating then 3 years, 4 years ago was very poor, which now is much better. Which for sure is an important part of a good functioning Magraph. But the glue from the Magraph to the generator, or I have no idea. My section are the Ganses, and there I can have free hand to do and to plan the time when I do not work or when I need to work. But
okay, thank you.
With technical things, it's not my thing. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other question which I may serve with answers?
Hi Herbert, this is Lawrence from Hungary. Did you ever measure the water after taking it out from the Ganses? The rinsed water, how the pH behaved?
So the clear Gans water.
Yes, yes, yes. Only the water.
Yeah, only the water. The different Ganses are a little bit different, but not like different like with magnesium and the calcium. So it's around 8 to 9, 9.5. It depends which one. I would need to check now which I have which I have here in a bigger jars like CH3 or CO2, COO and zinc, where I could measure.
The reason I ask is because Mr. Keshe showed us his suspension replacement water bottle, which we should put instead of the suspension into the car. And he says it's only water, so most probably it's Gans water. And he also said when talking about the computers that we would be carrying some small devices which have basically water inside them. That's my guess. And I thought we should continue thinking in this direction, the water direction, or how the fields affect the water so that it maintains this high pH. And if we also consider what you were explaining last week with the pond, that the water was clear and it didn't go through the filter.
Yeah.
I think we should combine these knowledges with what we've learned from Mr. Schauberger. You remember the guy with the water reserve, also from Austria? And he explains a lot about the egg shape, you know, because we have this Gans propeller-based Gans field emitter device that you can buy from the shop. But there the fields or the Ganses, as they are contained in that propeller-based design, they are being moved by the air that moves the propellers. And
Okay.
I thought we should create a design or think in terms of internal movement that stems from field interactions where the natural movement is occurring. And I thought the egg shape and the temperature difference from the top of the water and the bottom of the water within the egg would create a vortex. And that vortex shape is what we are also working with when thinking in the torus setup of the fields. So, you know, just take an empty egg, or as Mr. Keshe explained years ago, a coconut ball, and fill it up with a mixture of the different Gans waters, and let the field emitter work its magic. That's my proposition.
Yeah, like Mr. Keshe said, do it, try it, and see, and observe see what you can observe. It was always my intention. If I don't understand, if I hear something and I can make it, I try it and I observe how does it behave. If I can learn something practical, sometimes it's too far theoretical, and I need to practice it, and then I see maybe a little bit, but not enough. What's wrong? Is this wrong? Do I miss something? And so step by step, observing what you are making and how it behaves. Like, yeah, sometimes we don't know how should be the outcome. We want to observe a motion. We want to observe a field. Sometimes we can feel the field. Sometimes we don't feel the field, but have still impacts.
Yes, I totally agree with you. It's actually ourselves, our own fields of uncertainty or not understanding that influence the results of our experiments.
One day you are so happy and everything is shining by itself. And next day something, you are under pressure, under stress, and nothing works, and all the fields are gone because if your own filter is too heavy, cannot come through, or you are not the emanating field like you have been yesterday. So this is, but when we learn and train ourselves to see behind the meta state or feel behind the meta state, then slowly, slowly, we will feel more, we will see more with our intuitive eye. Okay.
So when Mr. Keshe keeps telling us, try to see the fields, look for the fields, we're not going to really see the fields, right, with our eyes, but we have to intellectually or intuitively grasp this, Herbert?
Yeah. Some, yeah, think behind the meta state. Even often with closed eyes, we're more, it's easier to feel the fields because meta state is so destructive, distracting us. You know, when your wife prepared the meal for you, and you just see the meal and not the love, her love for you, you don't see the reality. Yeah. When we learn to see the intention behind what brings something into motion, then we start to see a different reality. And it's so exciting with the plasma technology that we can, with the Ganses and with the intention, bring things into motion which before we could only do with matter states, with machines, with electricity, and so on. Now we can do it with the Ganses, with the intention, which is even a much higher strength field than Gans in the matter state.
Keshe explained last week about the structure of creation, that first there is this very high strength field that arrives first and then pulls all the weaker fields with it until they manifest in terms of matter. So I think whenever we think and feel about something and we have the right intentions, I mean, like the feeling is right in terms of gratitude and the love and it's a positive feeling, then we are pulling those very strong fields in first, and that's somehow the learning that we need to understand, because in the end, all of our devices are fed in part by soul energy. So we are putting ourselves into the Ganses and the reactors and all these things so that they work. So we need basically to master ourselves to be able to master and work with these technologies.
Yes, yes. It is a learning process for our soul, for our communication. And this, for me, is so beautiful. By doing, practically interacting with the Ganses, bringing into your wish, but also act on it. Like once Mr. Keshe said many years back, when you make Ganses at home, make sufficient Gans. So what does it mean, sufficient? A lot, make a lot. You know, when you have enough, yeah, when you have plenty of it, then you have material to try with. If you have just a few 50 milliliter or so from this and that, you don't want to fill that bowl or that because it's the last one, right? So when we have efficient guns at home, different, then we feel much more ease of putting into the bowl, fill it up with guns, like 50 milliliter of guns or 100 milliliter of guns in a big bowl. Not just the guns water with a few crystals. It makes a difference.
Thank you, Herbert. Do you feel that the Gans has intelligence or has a brain, or just by its nature, it knows what to do and where to go?
I would say each different Gans, like COO or CH3, or if you make Gans of garlic or sting nettle, each one has, like we do, an own personality, character. Typical character for CH3, typical character for COO, or CO2 or zinc. So it's like if you talk to a person, to a human, you want to get to know it. You want to get to know the aspects of the property, the aspect of the way of thinking, the way of behavior. So when you have Ganses, communicate with them. So couples, what you like to do, what is your favorite character? What is CO2? How they communicate with each other. So you can talk to them and communicate. And the more you do, the more you feel you're welcome. They want to talk, they want to share, they want to teach us about their property. And when we learn more and more, then we can applicate it more and more in a specific, direct way, how they are. This is my experience. It's also beginning to like get really alive with the Ganses.
So they have a language or a communication path?
I think yes, I'm sure. Like everything in the nature, the stone, the tree, everything. When you walk outside and you feel, welcome here, it's nice. You see you again or feel you again near. When you feel this communication, just yesterday I was standing in the 5 stackers in the circle of the 3 towers. First was they welcomed me back home. So when we get open to the communication with our environment, it's so good.
That's very nice. They recognize the creator.
Yeah, especially there, because I made them, so it was special for me and for them too. So many people, or many, if you come back a second time, a third time, just to stand in that place between the Ganses. So we hardly can transmit through video. You need to come and try it, or make it yourself at home. Really make it yourself. It does not need so complicated. Like here, the big glasses with a lot of materials inside. I think if you have just one coil, and so like it is, the three elements in the cups will work the same.
The yellow Gans that you made, Herbert, that's the folic acid, I think Mr. Keshe said. Is that a B vitamin or is that the vitamin C?
Folic acid, this is a B vitamin.
Mm-hmm.
It's made from the tablets we bought in the pharmacy. And the first things I made is the NaOH, and then washing. But that way it behaves, it does not settle down. It floats somewhere between top and medium in the middle, and by washing you lose almost everything. So almost nothing is left over until you have washed out the NaOH. So Mr. Keshe recommended, let's do it with CO2 water, without zinc, without Gans, only the clear water. So we crashed the tablets in a stone, how you call it, Mercer. Make it fine, very fine.
A pestle.
Yeah, and
mortar.
You grind it by hand with in a stone, not metal, and make it very fine, and then put CO2 water on it, and leave it at least 24 hours, 48 hours, to work it through the material so it can open up. And that's the way the folic acid we have made. In my understanding, if we can make it with NaOH, it's better. But sometimes if you lose everything, it has no meaning. So you can make it with the CO2 water alone.
Was that Gans more of a giver than the other Ganses? Mr. Keshe said it seemed to be giving to the other bottles more.
It seems so, but we bought for, it's quite expensive, this folic acid. Yeah, what we have made, if you shake it well, it looks, the bottle is full, but in reality the solid material is not so much in the bottle. But I think you would not need to use a lot, a few drops. But actually, I have not yet looked into the property of folic acid. What it's really for in the human body. How does the body use it? I just recently, because somebody asked me on the show here, what about the cobalt? Is there a use for health application? So I had not looked into it, and then yesterday I looked into it and was reading that cobalt is very important for the building of the red blood cells. So we do intake through nutritions, different nutritions, a little bit. We don't need much, but when we have deficiency, it's not good. So Now I know how to use cobalt Gans water.
Have you ever made boron, Herbert?
No, no, not yet. Boron?
Boron, B-O-R-O-N, boron.
What is this?
Boron's another important thing for the human body, and there's not much of it around in nature, I understand.
Bore, is this bore?
B-O-R-O-N, boron.
No, I just got the borax. Borax, bore.
Yeah. Borax has boron in it, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yesterday I got 10 kilo of borax to make Gans of borax.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Question. Perfect question, Randy.
Yeah. I made already, but I had just around 200 gram, and making the Gans, very little is left over. Like with the salt Gans. When you make salt Gans, maybe 5% is left over.
Interesting. The boron is also would be the main substance used in a special reactor that is a fusion type reactor, and you can use boron, and it doesn't have the radioactive byproducts, and it's actually considered a safe reactor to build and so on. And there's a few years ago it came out as a possible design, but of course the nuclear industry is all kind of sewn up, so they don't want to experiment with new kinds of reactors and so on. But it may come out in the near future, and you can actually create a boron reactor by using borax and getting the boron out of the borax and so on.
Yeah, I read for the health application that it is the body needs this bore for the, help me someone, Schilddrüse in German. Here, the
thyroid.
Maybe I don't remember the English word, because it helps to the Schilddrüse is responsible for the calcium calcium function in the body, because we have calcium in the bones, hair and nails, teeth as a solid calcium, but also in all the cells, like Mr. Keshe said. And if this organ doesn't work properly, you may, for example, it does, if the digestion system does not take enough calcium from the food, then you get not enough for the bones or for the cells. But if it works well, and here is boron is bore is important, that this organ works well. So it takes either for the cell from the bone, or if the cells everything is too much, it stops taking from the food. So it's very nice how it balances.
And what's the famous T4 you need to control that? The people that have deficiency use some pills called T4.
Where you get this T4 from?
The pharmacy.
Yeah, but where it is in the food?
I don't know.
Is it somewhere in the food?
No. People that have a deficiency in their glands, they have to have these pills that have T4.
Okay.
Now, I would want to ask, we only have 1.5% of our weight in calcium in our body. What is the rest of our bones? Because we have only 2% of all our body is other metals apart from the amino acids and water. Have you ever looked into that?
No.
If you look in Wikipedia, the percentage of the weight of different elements in our body,
Yeah.
that's nothing. We have 98% of water and amino acids.
Yeah. So it's not the quantity which counts.
No, exactly. But you've got a weight in your body, and your bones. How much all your bones weigh? Your bones must weigh at least between 5 and 8 kilograms. About
So you want to
10%.
know where the weight comes from? That's a good question.
Well, the same body would weigh less on the moon, wouldn't it? It's the
Yeah, well,
fields
we're
of the
talking
earth.
about mass, not the weight.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it's a very interesting question. So look,
indeed.
Yeah.
Did I hear you right, Herbert? You said you bought 10 pounds of borax, but only 5% would be left over once you finished making the Gans?
Yeah. Therefore, I got 10 kilogram of borax.
Okay, that's quite a bit. 20 something pounds.
Yeah. Because when I made the salt guns, and behind I have the bottle. This much of salt guns. This is maybe 100 milliliters. Maybe 40-50 milliliter. 50-60 milliliter. To have that much of result, I used 8 kilograms salt. So I had not at once, just 1 kilo by 1 kilo, because too much at once is not. I did not manage it to make big quantity at once. So with the salt guns, making half a kilo at once or 1 kilo of salt with 2 kilo NaOH. Otherwise, the salt will not open up enough, and then when you wash it, you wash everything out, and nothing is left. Who of you have made salt guns before? Have somebody made guns of salt?
No,
Not
I just
Please tell
collected
us.
from the cups, the Gans, the salt Gans.
Yeah. This is also is better quality than normal solid salt. Yeah. Even if you dilute it, but when you make guns of salt, which you wash and wash and wash, and the guns stays. If you wash salt, nothing will be left over, right?
So tell us, how did you do it?
So first I tried doing the normal way, one portion of the product with the same amount of NaOH. And that did not work. it was the power of the NOH to the salt was not strong enough. So when I did wash, everything was washed out, nothing was left. So I tried with a higher amount of NOH, double amount. So for 1 kilo salt, you take 2 kilo NOH, mix it well when it's dry, and then pour over it the hot boiling water. And that will work. So the power of the NOH opens up the structure of the salt. And that salt then, that salt Gans, you can wash as often you want. The salt is completely out. And the pH level is like the drinking water. But you have the pure property of the salt.
So can you use any salt, or should we only use?
I use the same like I use for the Ganses. It's a natural salt from very deep underground in Germany. It's a sea salt, but millions of years old, deep underground. So it's
it has minerals in it, natural minerals in it.
It has some minerals in it. But when I for Gans making, I put the hot water on it and dissolve the salt, and not everything is dissolving. So and that I do not put into the Gans.
Okay, yeah, I had the same experience with Himalayan salt, the pink salt. Yeah.
Leave it on the bottom, and just take the clear salt water from above.
Mm. And what is the property with this Gans salt? What do we use it for?
This is to my understanding. It is maybe we can compare it with the hemoglobin we make. That hemoglobin will work with all blood types, and here we with the salt, Gans salt. This is my understanding. I did not check it back with Mr. Keshe. Is that this salt has the property that it will affect all salt levels in our body. When you just put a few drops of it to the Gans water we drink, I can use it to any Gans. This is my experience. I use it at home this way.
So it's covering the property of potassium salt and all the other salts. That's what you're saying?
This I don't know.
Okay.
But the raw material, you know, in our body we have many different levels of salt. In the skin, the different organs, they have different levels of salt. And you know, many times I go with the intuition. I feel into it when it feels right, when it feels, yeah. Then I go for it. And sometimes I get correction on the way. But if you don't go, you cannot get the correction. Yeah.
So true. So true.
Yeah. So you need to move on. When you're in the car, sitting in the car, and you put the steer, as long as the car is standing, it's hard to turn it. When the enforcement does not work. But as soon as you move, it's very easy to turn it. So it's in many ways the same.
So we only have to go very slow. We don't have to drive fast. That's what you're saying. And we can still control the car.
No, this I didn't say. You need to move. When you don't move, by the way, it does not mean if you turn left or right if you don't move. So you need
I understand
to move
perfectly. Thank you.
And you make a correction. You make a correction because, but when you not move, cannot make a correction. That's right.
It's very right. Yes. Yes.
Well, speaking of movement and vehicles and corrections and so on, we do have a video that Dean sent earlier. Now that you're back, Dean, would you like to narrate? You have time?
Yeah, of course, Rick. I'm going to have to stop the share, and you've got it, Rick. So if we stop the share.
Okay, I'll get that lined up.
Modern technology, wonderful, isn't it?
Is he doing some kind of advertisement?
No, sorry. It's the new system, and it's trying to get it to work. You know what it's like. So, right. So this video that Rick's just lining up now was we spoke about it last week. We loaded up the environmental balancer up with some Ganses, and we used ZNO, CO2, and all the amino acids from the cup of soul that we put into this environmental balancer. It was to bring peace and balance to everybody around us, and just to bring everybody into just a peaceful manner, really. So this is a little video we made, I made. So you have to excuse it. I mean, I'm holding the camera and then trying to hold the device, and Herbert's driving, and so it's a little bit of a, you know, as you can imagine, it's a bit Heath Robinson, as they would say. So, so if you want to play it, Rick.
Environmental balancer test 1. We give from our souls to all the souls that are present, to bring them beauty and balance, emotional balance. Wow.
Yeah, it does indeed. Yeah. So when we were literally just driving through the outskirts of Linz, and the intention was to, as we say, to bring the whole environment into balance. And with all those amino acids, as you can see, this is a very raw test. I mean, this device is not really designed to be, you know, blown in the wind. But Herbert said, let's do this test with the car. So we did it driving along with the window open, and just to experience what's going on. A little bit later on, you will see that we went up on top of a hill overlooking Linz, and the interactions, I believe, within the environment started to happen. It's hard to say exactly what we achieved, but I do know that it seemed to me that the weather patterns changed.
How fast were you going, Dean?
Sorry?
What was your fastest speed? How many kilometers an hour were you going?
Around 60, Herbert saying.
So actually, what you see in the spinning of the wings it's not the real thing because of the same recording. It was very high, fast spinning the wind.
You're going to also hear some other noises like my phone go off and things. You just have to excuse that. So you can start to see the interaction there where you start to see that big cloud formation all around us. That was there, but then you've got that big hole at the top where the clouds didn't form quite as much. And I always notice things like the weather patterns and formations. And you've got to remember, we were down in the bottom of Linz and we drove up, and then this big sort of rainstorm sort of swept through at the bottom, and at the top where we were, you can see that big bright patch at the top of the screen. That developed over the top of us, and it was, the more you think about it, the more you realize you are actually influencing things, not in a bad way, in a good way, but you can see, as we've all known, we've all experienced this with the Ganses, they do have a very powerful effect on our environments. And knowing that the GANs that was involved in here that Herbert's produced, and also the amino acids involved, I know that there's an influence going on. Sorry, that was my phone going off there. And the rate of the wind was increasing and decreasing all the time. So you're getting an imbalance of the fields, an imbalance of the actual reactor turning itself. And I think the wind gives it a very beautiful motion because it's not a constant, and slightly different to a spin rate that's a very constant spin rate. So it's interesting to see what forms here. Excuse me. So that's just the first reactor. We've got another reactor we haven't tested yet, and we'll have a play with that next time round. But that's just to give you an idea of just using that environmental balancer, not what it was designed for, as in testing it in the back of in a car, but I still think it's an interesting observation and an interesting experiment. Just using it the way we did, in a slightly different way to its design, but just using it with our intentions and thoughts to just to balance things and bring peace to many bits of many places, let's say. I've noticed, because I'm staying very close to where that last image is, and I've noticed subtle changes within the population, within the people, the interactions of the environment, many things going on. And I know that it's all to do with being present with those Ganses and being present with just with the technology, and people starting to understand and starting to feel those fields.
Was that a Gans bracelet you were wearing there earlier?
It was filled with Gans. It was that was from a long time ago. The Gans now and the plasma water is now probably how can I say, dissolved into probably my body and the atmosphere. It's now it's just the fields of it now. I wear it all the time, but for me, I don't. It's just something I've always worn. I've had it for a long time, and for me, it's just like a balancer. It's just something that I always have on me.
You have one on each wrist, or just your left?
At the moment, it's just on my left. Yeah, I mean, I know people have made them in the past, and you can use. Funny enough, thinking about it, I've always thought about producing one and actually putting the cup 1 and cup 2 in it, and to see if there was a protection just literally from putting in the bracelet. Because there's another application that as a test I might do sometime.
When I leave the house, I put 5 mils of cup 1 in one pocket and 5 mils of cup 2 in the other pocket in a little vial. And I've been changing them from side to side to see how it feels when you interact with people.
You can't see this, but I do exactly the same thing. I'm just showing Herbert now. I've got a little vial that I've got with yeah, it's got the virus protection in it as well. I also carry that in my pocket. So yes, I try it in different ways as well. This one's mixed with essential oils, so that's just another way of doing protection with the, as you said, Randy, with the. Is Randy? Is it Randy?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Randy. Nice to speak to you again.
Good, Dean.
So yeah. So I use that all the time. So any other questions? Anybody? Herbert's going to leave soon, so if there's any last questions with Herbert, you need to ask them now, guys.
Sure. Well, let's go back to your video there. That's a little more interesting to see the live real-time stuff.
Rick, do you want just to go back on? Do you want to see them live again?
Sure. Yes, that'd be good. Thanks. Okay. Yeah.
You're going to have to hang on a little bit, Rick. I'm going to try and make this work now. It doesn't want to play at the moment, Rick. Sorry. It's doing strange things at the moment.
It wants you to do a video log or something.
Yeah, it's trying. Here we go. I found it.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Now it's learning how to use this stuff. Once I learn, it won't happen again. So there you go. So that experiment, I think, was a good experiment. We will do other ones, and we will show you other things. I know Herbert's just expressed and just shown you lots of things about the pH and everything. I didn't actually get to hear about it, so I'll have to go back to the recordings to find out what was said. But it's great. The interaction's good. We just had the guest that turned up was actually, some of you will know her. Her name's Sylvie from the French community. She does lots of work within the, she's a UCS for the French community. And she just turned up with her daughter. So it was beautiful to see those guys. And obviously, even though I stayed in France for a little while, I don't speak French, so it's the communication is a little bit difficult. So and even Herbert can't help on this one because he speaks Austrian and English. So it's all communication. It's always about communication. So is there any last questions you want to ask Herbert before because he needs to go and do some things now?
Yes, there is one.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, Herbert. You done nano coating for ping pong balls? Yes.
I did not for the ping pong balls, but okay. I did the other plastic balls. Yeah.
Okay, other plastic balls. The idea here, when you nano coated with caustic, do you wash it? For example, in the inside, if I want to nano coat inside, I nano coat it with caustic, and then after that, do I wash it or leave it?
I did wash the ball after nano coating.
You did that, okay.
Yeah, you can do nano coating by putting into the NaOH water and leave it few days, week, and then take it out and have it in a plastic box and warm like you do copper
Passing.
nanocoating,
Yeah,
but
the
not
pass. Yeah.
do not hot nanocoating because it will deform.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that I done it before, but we are doing something with the guys knowledge seekers, and I did want to be sure that what I done is right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would consider the ball nano coated inside and outside in that process?
Yeah, you know, when you do it in deep NOH water, then it's inside and outside. To have it more transparent for the fields, that the filter is less.
Dean, anyone sit in my chair? No one, huh?
No, no, no. There's no one in your chair, Jalal. No, it's free. Well, I think your soul's maybe there, Jalal, but your
Yeah,
physical.
that's why I'm saying no one is sitting there. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Say hello for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, we will do.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, that's it for today, Rick. If, I think I don't know exactly what Herbert you've been speaking about, Herbert, as I say, because I've not been there. So, but we're going to call it a day now. I've got things we need to do. So, if that's okay.
Very good. Thank you very much, Dean. Thanks for checking in, and we really appreciate the live, real time from the exhibition hall there. It's excellent, excellent.
Especially your new camera, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it definitely helps a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. One thing I just remembered I would like to say is Sylvie. She's a very beautiful soul, and she was just between the two units just now, and she had a very emotional experience where she started to express she felt many souls present within the building and the structure, and she started to cry, and it was a very deep emotional sort of feeling of you know, when you feel the presence of that beauty all around you. And I could see that there was a very significant moment happened with Sylvie just now. So I just expressed that as a leaving note for you guys, that there are many souls present in this building. Love to you all. Speak with you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 It will be bye when I can turn it off.
You just leave it on 24/7. We'll just watch.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you probably all like that. Yeah. Rick, can you stop the screen share? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take over here. I've got something.
Thank you. It's probably easier. At the moment, it's difficult to navigate around this system.
Trying to get it to show. It's not. Oh, there we go. And there. Yeah, we should be able to take you out there now, Dean.
Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you. I've just suddenly realised this. We're doing extreme close-ups there. I'm a little bit too old for all these close-ups, you know.
Never, never. The closer you get, the closer you are to your inner life, which is getting younger every year instead of older.
Yeah,
you're only old if you're a tree or a mountain.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true, Randy. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to thank Dean for his elevating segments he's bringing us. Thank you.
You're very welcome there, Mark. Thank you for everything all you do, Mark. You do a beautiful work for the foundation, and you're always present. And I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you very much, Mark. And all of you, you all do. You all equally do. Present lots of beautiful work, and we need this to share with humanity and to help many people understand what is happening and what's present and what's about to be. Many big changes are going to be happening very, very soon. So it's a very joyous, wonderful time to be here, present. Anyway, thank you
As
guys.
Mr.
I'm not going to leave you.
As Mr. Keshe said, the foundation is us.
Yeah, of course it is. Yes. Yeah. And what a wonderful, beautiful us we are, each and every one of us.
All right, for change of pace here, well, I wanted to, I was inspired by the word boron earlier, and now I remember why, because I looked it up a couple of years ago and found some interesting things about it and got inspired about using boron in a reactor, actually. And so this is the website from Wikipedia for boron. It gives all the different chemical stuff about it and where it's used and so on and so forth. They make a lot of borates and boron for various things. And it's used in fertilizers in agriculture, and it's for borax, which is used in you can put it in your laundry and so on and so forth. And it goes down and talks about the chemistry and that sort of thing. But what I wanted to bring out was about proton boron fusion. And so boron 11 is also a candidate as a fuel for aneutronic or aneutronic fusion. And aneutronic fusion is any form of fusion power in which very little of the energy released is carried by neutrons, while the lowest threshold nuclear fusion reactions release up to 80% of their energy in the form of neutrons. And neutronic reactions release energy in the form of charged particles, typically protons or alpha particles. Successful aneutronic fusion would greatly reduce problems associated with neutron radiation, such as damaging ionizing radiation, neutron activation, and requirements for biological shielding and remote handling and safety. So since it's simpler to convert the energy of charged particles into electrical power than it is to convert energy from uncharged particles, an aneutronic reaction would be attractive for power systems. So this is the idea here, and the so we go back to what we were just looking at with boron and about it being a fuel for this aneutronic fusion. And it says when struck by a proton with the energy of about 500,000 electron volts, it produces 3 alpha particles and 8.7 mega electron volts of energy. Most other fusion reactions involving hydrogen and helium produce penetrating neutron radiation, which weakens the reactor structures and induces long-term radioactivity, thereby endangering operating personnel. However, the alpha particles from boron 11 fusion can be turned directly into electric power, and all radiation stops as soon as the reactor is turned off. So there's some really big advantages to using boron as a fuel for a reactor. I thought, that's quite interesting. So if that's true of a reactor in nuclear terms, perhaps it's also true in terms of creating Gans of that particular substance. Can we create a reactor that takes advantage of these particularities of boron, especially this enriched boron 11, which is used in nuclear reactors. Apparently, it's used in enriched boron, or boron 10 is used in both radiation shielding and in the primary nuclide used in neutron capture therapy of cancer. So in the latter, boron neutron capture therapy, a compound containing boron is incorporated into a pharmaceutical, which is selectively taken up by a malignant tumor and tissues near it. The patient is then treated with a beam of low energy neutrons at a relatively low neutron radiation dose. And that triggers this boron and so on. It bombards the tumor from inside the tumor cells, it says. So that's interesting. That possibly it has health applications in that sense. And maybe that's another thing we could take advantage of with the Gans technology. Then it goes on to say nuclear reactors, 10 boron is used for reactivity control and in emergency shutdown systems. It can serve either function in the form of borosilicate control rods or as boric acid. And in pressurized water reactors, boric acid is added to the reactor coolant when the plant is shut down for refueling. So interesting. It's got some pretty specific uses that are quite interesting. And also, it mentions cosmic radiation will produce secondary neutrons if it hits spacecraft structures. These neutrons will be captured in 10 boron if it is present in the spacecraft's semiconductors, producing a gamma ray, an alpha particle, and a lithium ion. So all this can cause the chips to malfunction. So if they, in a radiation hardened semiconductor designs, in other words, chips that are hardened for radiation, one countermeasure is to use depleted boron, which is greatly enriched in 11 boron and contains almost no 10 boron. This is useful because 11 boron is largely immune to radiation damage. And it says depleted boron is a byproduct of the nuclear industry. Boron is largely immune to radiation damage. That's some interesting side issues with boron there in the nuclear realm. Normally it is one of the elements of the body that's apparently necessary. Okay, anything else about that? Shall we move on?
When you first went to it, I was going to say it's right up our alley, but I've never heard any of this before. This is the first time I'm even being exposed to what you just showed us.
Yeah, well, I remember I was looking up different kinds of reactors a few years ago, and this boron reactor came up, and it seemed like an ideal design. You shut off the reactor, there's no remaining reactivity, it's easy to control, it's got lots of benefits. I think it doesn't have quite the yield of some of the other types of reactors, that fusion type reactors, but it's still very viable. It seems like, especially for a small kind of system that you might have in a home or something like that. Seemed ideal, and I haven't heard anything of it since, but there's probably companies that are working on that now. There's at least 50 companies around the world that are working on fusion type, small fusion reactors right now. So who knows what could come up in the next while. But this is, if you look at the plasmatic aspects of it, I mean, if it has this many attributes as a element and as a chemical, and its uses in the radioactive aspects, imagine what it could be used, how useful it could be as a Gans product. They mentioned boron as an essential plant nutrient, for example. So if we know that plants use it, is there some way to create a Gans of it so it works even more so?
Yes, it would seem a safer way to deliver energy to people worldwide.
That's
2
right.
billion people without even any electricity, and we know what kind of life you just experienced it, right? With the power loss.
Yep, and it mentions the borates have low toxicity in mammals, similar to table salt, but are more toxic to arthropods and are used as insecticides. Boric acid is mildly antimicrobial, and several natural boron-containing organic antibiotics are known. Boron is an essential plant nutrient. And boron compounds such as borax and boric acid are used as fertilizers in agriculture. Fertilizers in agriculture, I repeat. Although it's only required in small amounts, with excess being toxic. So small amounts. And that's what we're good with the Gans materials, that's for sure. The boron compounds play a strengthening role in the cell walls of all plants. So might that be also a strengthening role in the wall of a spacecraft? I would project.
Hi, if you add it to carbon 12, no? Carbon 6, 12. You add it, you're making nitrogen or carbon 14. But if you're taking what you obtain, this element.
And they do sell boric acid in a jar as a pest repellent. Ants, spiders, roaches, and so on.
And you can also just mix it with water. I've got some in my medicine cabinet under the sink. It's a white powder. You mix it up with some water, and you can put it in your eye when you have an eye irritation. And it doesn't hurt your eye. It's soothing for the eyes. It's one of the only things that are recommended that are soothing like that.
So it's not reducing radioactive waste that's generated other than from like a breeder or something reactor. It's not doing that, but it looks like it provides a beautiful safety feature in case of meltdown or shutdown or loss of water or clogged inlets, where it said once the process stops, there's no more radiation.
Yeah, in that type of reactor, which is the, can look at that briefly.
So then that reactor could not go critical.
Call it aneutronic fusion. And Basically, it looks something like this. Well, that's the lithium one. I'm not sure, that's different, I think, than the boron. Maybe the boron becomes lithium or something like that. There's a number of nuclear reactions that are considered aneutronic. It shows a list of them here. These different isotopes, including deuterium, helium, deuterium, lithium, proton, lithium, helium-3, lithium, helium-3, helium-3, proton, lithium, proton, boron, and proton, nitrogen. So these are different types of nuclear fusion reactions that can take place, and they all have their different advantages and disadvantages and so on. And you mentioned you can see the proton boron one down toward the bottom of the list in terms of the intensity of the energy, but yet it's viable because of its fusion byproducts and so on. Makes it quite safe.
And borax itself is a soap. What is borax?
Yeah, it's well, borax is a brand name of a soap that contains the boron, and the boron crystals are part of the borax formula. And actually, President Reagan, Ronald Reagan, is seen selling borax soap at one point.
Right. Their ad was, it was 20 mule team strong. Yes,
that's right. That's one of the brand names, 20 mule teams or something like that. It's part of their trademark. That's right.
Armin Hammer would probably know a lot about that.
It's utilized in the salting, the copper, the galvanized iron in the mechanical. And if you put in for example, deuterium and tritium together, you obtain also this element in the plasma wave or in matter state. It's also reducing, it's utilizing the cleaning the gold or residual when you're making gold cleaning.
Residual from gold cleaning?
When you make the lingo of gold, no, for extract for amalgamate, you have a possibility utilize the chanat who have the boundary carbon and nitrogen. It's poison. You utilize for making amalgam with the mercury with Hg, it's poison, and you have the borax for cleaning, for taking the atom particle for cleaning the gold.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a number of websites that are touting how the future of fusion is radiationless hydrogen boron reactors. Some of these are from March of 2020, May of 2020.
And what was its relationship to the computer chip? It said it could be targeted. I know we've heard
hardened. Hardened, radiation hardened. So what can happen is, like cosmic rays come in through our even through our atmosphere. A lot of them are stopped in the atmosphere, and they break up into as many as 1 billion particles because they're so intense when they come in. They keep ricocheting off and creating new materials and new particles as they break down. But some of them even come through and they'll have really intense energies. And when they hit one of the chips in your computer or some other thing, you know, maybe for the military, part of their equipment, it can actually knock off an atom off that chip. And if enough atoms get knocked off, then it can disrupt the transfer of the data, the memory of the data on the chips and so on, and you know, alter cause an error in a computer program. So they have to harden chips against radiation. Like if there's a nuclear war, it would wipe out all of the computers basically, because the chips aren't normally hardened to such things. Whereas the military, maybe their laptops would keep working because they have the hardened cobalt and other hardened substances that can withstand the radiation. It mentions the cobalt-11 is immune to radiation, whereas the cobalt-10 will tend to break down or disintegrate or whatever it does.
I thought the chips were carbon based. What are you saying, that there's some of that in the carbon boron? I'm not sure. I'm just thinking.
Well, chips are not just one substance. They have doping in them. They're doped with different elements in order to create
all the layering.
All the layering, yeah. Essentially, it becomes millions and billions of transistors and diodes and so on, all incorporated into one little microchip. And at that level, you're working with you know, the transfer of very small amounts of energy, and they're so small that just a few changes in atoms can make a difference. Like a big contact, mechanical contact for electricity or something, which could miss billions of atoms here and there. It wouldn't make any difference to its function. But when you get into the nano micro level, then having the influence of other fields, such as cosmic rays coming through and disrupting things and causing a bunch of transmutations on your chip, would not be preferable. So they have ways of trying to protect it with Faraday sort of cage around the chips, or making them out of hardened, radiation hardened materials.
Right, but I think we've seen demonstrated by the Russians and others, I think the ship was the Cook or something like that, where a chip was targeted or something, and then it left the ship basically inoperable or partially inoperable.
Yeah,
so
well, that's where the plasma fields are senior to
hardening,
hardening and that kind of thing. I would say so, yes. And this hardening is against certain kinds of radiation. But if you're not working with that realm of radiation, you're working with a different type of field. And it doesn't mean that that system is going to be hardened to that type of field. So I think that's what took the US by surprise. Otherwise, they would have hardened themselves to those kinds of fields already. So they were already hardened to nuclear war type fields. You know, the ship could probably handle a good blast of nuclear and still keep functioning. But can it handle a good blast of plasma? That's a different different question. The officers in that case abandoned ship and promptly resigned, apparently.
As the story goes.
They had to tow the ship into port in Russia or somewhere up there. Would have been very embarrassing.
Yeah, because I'm sure drones are hardened too, but as we've seen in whatever year that was, that one of the more advanced drones was just picked up and landed intact.
That's a good example. That was probably very true. That I mean, it would totally make sense that that's the kind of machine they would harden against radiation, so that they could still keep drones droning. You know, even if there was a nuclear blast or whatever, they still want to use them for surveillance and cleanup or whatever else they're doing, and would totally be hardened, similar to the fighter jets. So what happened? Whoops. Not so hard after all. That's, I think, what scares the U.S. military about trying to seriously address Iran, because they are, if not the masters of the plasma, at least rapidly becoming the masters of the plasma. They already have such deep knowledge as it is, and they're becoming one of the top countries in the world in the nanotechnology world.
And didn't he say that some Iranian scientists are actually teaching scientists at NASA or something? Oh no, that was CERN, wasn't it? Where I didn't realize that
they're all over.
is one of the biggest contributors to CERN.
They're all over. Science. Absolutely. And if you look at what's it called? There's a team in the U.S. that I think his name is Lerner, Dr. Lerner, and they have a fusion reactor that they're working with pulses, and it's got these electrodes, and they're coming up with problems with it, and they're looking for funding and this kind of thing. One of their main scientists was Iranian, but then all heck broke loose recently last year, and they had to let go their top Iranian scientists because he couldn't get a visa for the U.S.
Well, it's nice to see the collaboration that's been offered in Arizona between NASA and the Iranian scientists by Mr. Keshe at the Space Center, or the research part of the Arizona project.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see if they'll take up that goal. That would be good to see some cooperation in those regards.
I agree.
Okay, what else do we have for topics for discussion here? For show and tell, or for carrying on? Skywalker says, I'm doing an experiment. I'm sitting in the bathtub with 12 different salts and roses. It's very energetic. It fills me with positive vibrations. Okay, thank you for that piece of information. Arno is asking, is boron 11 balancing out back to 5? And we see that retraction of space as energy. I'm not sure, Arno. Kind of lost me on that one. Okay, anything else, or shall we wrap it up for today? Anyone have anything they would like to clarify or express?
Randy's time of the show again. I wasn't clearly following when you and him went through it the other day. He did post something in Telegram, but if he's still listening, can we, or Rick, if you understand, could you explain again? I'd like to join.
Yes, the way I understand it, it's 7 p.m. on Pacific time on Thursday the 15th, which would be 4 a.m. Central European time on Friday the 16th. Randy,
So
is that
minus the 6 hours for me in New York would be 10 p.m. if it's 4 a.m. CET.
Yes, I think you're 3 hours different than Pacific, right?
Correct. We're ahead by 3.
Right.
Okay.
Now, I think Randy's show starts at 6, though, and not 7. Someone mentioned that at one point. So perhaps he's going to bring in Mr. Keshe at 7, I think.
Yeah, I just don't want to get mixed up. Wasn't Marie and Raphael on the program at midnight just 6 hours ago, and for some reason I missed it.
Yeah, I think maybe that was the show that got mixed up with Jalal. He was thinking that the show was yesterday and Tuesday, that is, in Central European time. So, yeah, there was that show. It was, I saw some links in Telegram for that. Okay, we've got the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, of course, coming up 9 a.m. Central European time on Thursday.
And the following week starts the radical departure from the current teachings.
Yes, and one thing that starts next week will be on Monday, will be the private teachings of the soul teachings. And Marie Kelv from Norway will be leading that group, and I suspect Mr. Keshe will be intimately involved as well. So people that are part of the private teachings, the private students, will have that to look forward to.
And for those who are not, apparently Alex is going to be teaching on Wednesday, Alex from Canada, in the Portuguese language community, which will be probably both in English and in Portuguese.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's trying to learn Portuguese, but so far it's mostly English, I believe, and with the Portuguese translation.
Dr. Gatwa is also expanding in Kenya, as I understand.
Yes, good point. Let me get the information on that if I can.
And Stefania's rebuilding, which she asked for support and so on.
Pardon me, we missed part of that.
Stefania, yes, she's rebuilding the organization in the Italian language community, and she was asking for support as well. She wasn't asking for monetary support, but more on the soul level.
Yes, and for people to participate more.
Field level,
with
yes.
Transcribing is a big one. Oops. I see now with Gatwa, it will be time is it CT? Okay, there it is. Thursday, October 15th, same day as the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, but it'll be at 7:30 p.m. Central European Time, which is 8:30 p.m. in East Africa time. And it'll be every Thursday after that at the same times. It'll be in the Gikuyu language. And well, the Zoom ID for those that are interested is 769-7125-5055.
For those who speak Gikuyu.
Yeah, for those of our audience who speak Gikuyu, which is probably quite limited, I would think, but hey, you never know. We could have a big Gikuyu audience out there. There's a lot of people that have been taught by Gatwa and that follow Gatwa for many years now, actually. And his teaching classes have gone from, you know, half a dozen to start with to 200 or 300 at a time for some of his teachings now. He gives out Gans water and everybody has a great time.
And all this time I was thinking they spoke Kenyan in Kenya, just assuming.
I think there's many languages there, or several at least.
And of course, Dr. Gatwa is very fluent in English as well, for those who'd like to attend and support.
All right, anything else that we should be talking about, mentioning, or asking, or telling?
Liliana asking in the interview of Mr. Keshe, it's time to translate or it's like a Zoom, like a live in YouTube? Because it's asking, I don't know how it's managed. It's like a presentation, like a asking and answer. this interview?
It's how'd Randy put it? It's on a gave the links there, and it's on Zoom at the same time as broadcast to I guess to a YouTube video.
Yes, because I enter in the link who is putting, and I see the Zoom room, and I see for connecting different way with this live stream for listening or for making or calling.
For listening or for what?
For connecting directly with the number phone international from Canada from different way in this link. But it's important it's in the Zoom when it's starting.
I think he said there's not going to have call-in callers. He's not going to have people being able to interact directly. And he's going to have questions just from himself that are pre-made. So you would have to set
this
up
is the
your
point
own.
where sorry.
You'd have
This
to
is the
set up
point
your
where
own. Go ahead, sorry.
this is the point where what I achieved, because Liliana asking, it's time from translation, it's from putting the question or not, like in the normal Zoom. And for this reason, I asking how it's made, which means Randy put the third question, Mr. Keshe answering, and so on. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, there's probably a way you can make that into a translation, of course, with just having the feed come into a Zoom room or some other place where you're translating it for people.
Rick, could I ask Dean if Sylvie would mind doing an interview with him about her experience of standing between the two units, and then he would take that and send it to the testimonial, and maybe you can put that up, Rick, for anyone who's using some technology, the Gans technology or what have you, the Keshe plasma technology, and send it to the testimonial site. So the next testimonial show will have quite a assortment of different things to show or pick from for you. Dean, would you do that if Silviana was agreed to that? Capture that little interview, and then Rick would have it for a testimonial of what it was like just to stand near the unit or between them.
Not sure if Dean is here right now. I think he had to leave or had something.
He's still in the panelist.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not sure if he's still there.
Okay. Maybe we'll send him a message.
Yeah, that kind of thing would be a really good suggestion for sure, Mark. Thank you. Be good for people to get testimonials into the actual testimonials.keshefoundation.org site, and then we have a permanent record of whatever aspect is popped up for that particular moment.
Because probably in the very near future, you'll be so overloaded with testimonials. You'll be asking people, please, we don't need any more testimonials. We have over millions.
Well, what we really need is a better website that properly addresses the testimonials and gives a individual permanent link for each testimonial so it can be searchable on Google and then be much better system. The way it's set up now is it's all runs in as if one page and you can't search it properly for keywords and so on. So it needs to be reestablished in a different sort of blog or database kind of manner. that'd be quite useful.
And of course, I'm not discouraging anyone. I'm encouraging people to give their testimonials, because that testimonial, that unique testimonial that you give, may make a breakthrough for someone else, somewhere else, and some other time.
That's true. And it's also a great way to give back, to pay back for what you've received. And giving a testimonial is like giving back to the source and saying thank you for what I have, and I'm passing this on to others so that they can know that this occurred and that they have a possibility of some benefit for themselves as well. So it's spreading the love, spreading the love.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here again. I've just come back. I'm sorry I've missed everything again. Are you just about to finish, or is there more to say?
Yep, we solved all the problems of the universe and created a new reactor for solving the world's issues with energy problems. All
Wow.
when you were gone.
Can you share that with me, Rick? No, it's okay. I'm
No,
joking.
sorry, we don't have time now.
Thank you, Rick, for a wonderful show as usual. A beautiful show, and it's so it's the connection now is getting very, very strong amongst all the souls present within the Reactor group, and at the show here at the exhibition hall, and everybody across the planet is starting to the vibration is starting to get very, very big. And I'd love to thank you all very much, all of you, for being a big part of this. Thank you very much.
Dean?
Yes, Mark.
Dean, I was just asking Rick, and we weren't sure if you were there, if you would mind doing a short interview with Sylvie. You said she had if she's obviously agreed to that, that she had an experience while standing in between the units, and that you would take that short interview, perhaps maybe longer, and you would send it to the testimonial site so that the next program next month would have that interview in it from you, and Rick would have a resource, at least one, to use there. I didn't even know a testimonial website was available.
Okay, Mark. Yes, I would definitely ask it. That she's just left the building. Hopefully she's coming back later on. She expressed to me that there were so many fields and so much going on that it was actually, she was feeling it in her physicality. Her throat was starting to, she was speaking in French, so I didn't quite understand quite what she said, but she was experiencing many emotions, and she's obviously a very spiritual person and who feels souls very, very deeply. And so hopefully she will come back, and I will take that interview, and I will share it for Rick to be able to use on the
I have a sense that'll be a beautiful sharing from her. And that's
yeah,
why
no, most definitely. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, definitely. I feel that too. She had a very big emotional response. Very, very big. Yeah, very, very beautiful lady. Very, very, very beautiful lady. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much again. As I said, thank you very much again for a lovely show. I'm going to go and do some work now with some stock taking with some Herbert. So I'll speak with you guys later.
Okay, anybody, anything else from anybody? Special message to Stephen in the YouTube. I want you to put your things in the chat, Stephen. I think you have good things to say, but I don't like it when you keep retracting the messages. I see many message retracted. There's several dozen message retracted statements there, and they're very distracting to read. And I can't even see other people's statements because all I see is message retracted. And I would like to see your message rather than message retracted. So please.
Why is that?
Huh?
Why are messages being put in and then retracted?
I don't know. This is what's disconcerting to me. He says he puts them in, I'm supposed to read them instantly, and then they're removed again. But I don't have time to catch all these messages. I've got 6 or 8 different chats that I'm reading all at the same time. And I don't have time for dozens of messages that go out and then get retracted before I have a chance to even look at them. So this is what my beef is. And I love Stephen, and he's lovely, but too many message retractions. It distracts everybody. It's not fair.
Yes, he does contribute a lot of knowledge if it's the same Stephen I'm thinking of.
I think it's a different Stephen. He hasn't come in on the Zoom. He's just been in the YouTube. He'll show up in the Zoom one day. He's kind of shy for the Zoom right now.
So you're coordinating Zoom, live stream, and YouTube at the same time?
Yes, and then of course there's other chats in the Zoom part of the chat part of Zoom, all the different chats there, and then there's Telegram chats where we have different chats going on. I have to keep a pulse on some of those at the same time, depending on if they're, who they're from and so on. And then there's other chats as well, and the Facebook, well, I could go on forever there, and I try not to get involved with the Facebook chats during the broadcast because that can get totally overwhelming. So it's quite easy to have half a dozen chats, live chats that are going on in different places, and having to keep an eye on all of them is a bit of a challenge.
Closing open microphones or things too.
Yep, and trying to get the things lined up for images and videos and all that kind of thing. Sometimes it's so busy that I can hardly hear what's actually going on when Mr. Keshe is talking and so on. Too many distractions that I have to handle to make sure they aren't distractions for him or for others. Take care of the questions that are easy to answer and don't need him to answer and stuff like that. There's a lot of things that go on in the background for someone that's hosting, especially for broadcasting at the same time and with 3 monitors all together and them all filled with stuff.
And you've done a fine job. And you've done
the power goes off, that's when it's really crazy.
That's why I was thinking that we haven't spoken much about the power units in Linz, but they're there, aren't they? The small power units? Didn't he show up?
Power units.
Yeah, the MagRev. The power units. I think they're there at the conference as well, but there hasn't been a lot of discussion with it so far.
Just the old MagRev units, you mean?
Yes.
They've been selling for years.
Whatever was there before.
Right. Yeah, well, the new, self-contained power units aren't there yet, but that'll be what we've been waiting for
right in the phones.
Humankind's been waiting for millennia. Phones, pardon me?
Yes, self-charging phones. That's one of the first things that Mr. Keshe said that you'd see. And then not charging. I mean, this chip he developed 40 years ago and has been holding on to it for the right time to be released under the same principle, the way the Earth rotates around the sun. No wings, it's not burning anything, and the chip works the same way. I know he had said he had released it to the German, Japanese, and American automakers, but I don't know if it was fully released or more of the details on that. But he also referred to the phones, that you would not be plugging in your cell phone anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, they do have wireless chargers now for the cell phones. You see them offered cheap now. In fact, like 15, 20 bucks, you can have a wireless charger for your phone.
But don't you have to charge up the wireless charger?
Well, you have to have it plugged in, yes. It's only wireless between the wireless charger and the phone, not wireless between your house and the wireless charger. So it uses part of the Tesla technology, but not all of it. They wouldn't want to let all of the cat out of the bag, so they can't let everything be charged wirelessly.
Right.
They put a meter on it.
They were trying to capture the technology so they could just drip it out slowly, and that's the way it's done. As you saw with the automotive car, then it was partially electric and partially gasoline, and now finally we're going to all electric, but then that's even creating a bigger problem, Mr. Keshe said, because of the generating plants close to the cities.
Well, where's the plasma generators? So we don't have to have the generating plants. That's the whole idea.
Right, but we're going to even leapfrog over that, he said, right over the electric car. With the hovering and flying car.
Yeah, it might be literally a leapfrogging over.
He did use those words, leapfrog.
That would be a great TV ad. You got this really gnarly new Ford truck. I'm just bombarded by Ford truck ads. If you go anywhere near a news agency, and they get bombarded by Ford truck ads, and it's like, oh, it's not even worth trying to watch the news. And you can see the ads of the future where you got this big gnarly Ford truck, and then suddenly this other new plasma, the Keshe plasma truck goes leapfrogging over the the tough gnarly Ford truck, which looks pretty sad and lonely at that point.
And it wasn't CGI.
Yes, right. It was the real thing, and left the stunt driver totally amazed, and his jaw drops. So this could be what we're moving toward in the very near future. Those 5 months until March, is it 5 months? I think it is. Could go by very rapidly. Time seems to be accelerating at this point. We're in the middle of October now. Holy cow, I thought we were just in the middle of summer, and then suddenly we're in the middle of October. What happened? I think I blacked out at the beginning of the COVID crisis, and suddenly here we are, what, 8-10 months later from when the COVID started hitting. Holy cow.
Right. It's almost like a Twilight Zone scenario in a way. I mean, who could have imagined all these Zoom meetings, these masks, these separations, more separations, shutdowns?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
if you throw the Keshe Foundation and the work of Mr. Keshe into the mix, and you've got better material than any novel that's ever been written. There's no possible novel that can be more bizarre and just creative and amazing than the trail that we've seen in the last year or two with between all the coronavirus stuff and the work of the Keshe Foundation and different interactions going on and so on. It's holy cow. I can't think of a more jam-packed, you know, you want to have a, what do they call it?
That's a good drama series, yeah.
Live video series, yeah. The real, what do they call it? Real life, like real-time video. You know, just follow Mr. Keshe's life around. You want an amazing real-time video and all the different levels of interactions that he's carving out, that trail that he's carving through our planet here, and all the other knowledge seekers, and the way that's interacting with the other, you know, powerful influences that are going on in this planet right now. All the different entities, everything from the World Health Organizations and trade organizations and governments and so on, and worldwide basis. And
right, I can see a scene where Mr. Keshe is hightailing it out of Belgium at high speed, gunplay involved, and chickens flying around in the back of the car.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, it's just like I remember when I was a kid, the greatest adventure series back then would have been the James Bond series, you know, all the intrigue and undercover sort of stuff going on, and high tech at the same time with all these fancy gadgets and so on and so forth. And it's kind of like we're living that in real time now, a cross between James Bond, which is one of the, you know, early movies.
He's number one, of course, number one.
Yeah, and look at the books like what I read back in the early days when I was a kid would be Tom Swift and his various science kind of things that he would get involved in, and adventures with satellites and this kind of thing. And now we're living those kinds of adventures in real time, depending on how deep you want to get into it. And, you know, it's all aspects do come up if you work through the Keshe Foundation and work with Mr. Keshe. Then, you know, you never know what you might be exposed to and have to go through, and you know, the realizations that come to you, and the different knowledge that we get exposed to from all the different levels that he presents, you know, from conspiracy theories and all the stuff about you know, vaccines and viruses, and you know, he drops lots of tidbits of information that are from his security services and from other people that have knowledge. And it's a pretty wild cross section of enlightenment. We get to have light shown on some of the dark areas of our, as humans, that we live under or live in. And we have the wonderful advantage of having some light shone on that. Or doing it ourselves with each other and trying to show where some truth can shine through.
I remember the cartoon Johnny Quest. Do you remember Johnny Quest? I'm sure you remember Flash Gordon with the evil Emperor Ming, where they portrayed space as a warring as well.
Yes, but then there was the Jetsons, which was the future was pretty much, you know, different forms of leisure and fun.
Carefree.
Carefree on flying vehicles, and, you know, the main thing was making sure you take care of the dog and have a flying craft for the dog or whatever, and this kind of thing.
Well, Yvonne wanted to take her cats, and he said, we'll see what we can do, but it's possible.
Maybe the cats will take us. Some people say they're already in the higher dimensions. I've had a strange cat adventure where a cat from the neighbors down the road happens to visit me late at night sometimes. And it's a pure white cat, very kind of odd looking in a way. And quite, what was the word, feral, where they're quite wild. But we're having a nice time with each other. Skywalker asked, does the calendar have an impact on plasma winter summer? I don't know what you mean. Oh, winter, summer have an impact on plasma, maybe. When I do plasma.
Well, the Gans we know is impacted every little thing that's different every time you would make it. The time, the positions of moons and stars and sun and earth, and, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the plasma is, once that's created, that, and everything is a plasma, but that is stable to a point, unless it can be drained.
Says when I do plasma on New Year's Eve, it's something special. Maybe it's the vodka that you mix with the plasma. Plasma on New Year's Eve is something special. Do we make it special, or is it special because of certain times of the year where the effects are predominant? I wonder. Maybe a mixture of both.
So as I brought up in another location in another class, that I'm doing a little transcribing on workshop 305, where Mr. Keshe said that we should be getting together and unraveling the secrets of Magrev. So that was a year ago, let's say. if we're moving into this more different dimension of teaching, why would he want us to be unraveling the secrets of the Magrev?
Because we still have them raveled. We still have them raveled up. And perhaps we need to look at it in a different way. Sometimes he makes things as a concept, and he might literally mean and unravel it, to take the wrapping off, to take the coiling away from it, and look at it from its bare roots or something like that. I'm not really clear on what he means, but he sometimes means it figuratively, and sometimes more just actually, sometimes it's in reality, and sometimes it's more of a allegory. It's up to us to kind of figure out which is which sometimes, I think.
Well, we all missed it. We know that. Certain people got a little of this or a little of that out of it, but not its full or even close to what it's capable of, apparently. And I was thinking maybe you can take 15 minutes of your program once periodically and we discuss the Magrev. I know very little about it.
Well, that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's been covered multiple times in many ways in the earlier days. And in a way, we might all think we already know it or something like that. I think that if we go back to it, we would probably pick up quite a bit of the details, especially since we've covered a lot of other ground since when that was first introduced.
I'm seeing a similarity with the tunneling, obviously, right? As he rolls the coil, this is a tunneling effect. And obviously the Magrev has a tunneling.
Tunneling.
Like the fields interacting inside of the coil or the spring. Mm-hmm. This tunneling is created. I don't understand much of it at all.
Well, it's where the superconducting flow is to happen in the plasma inside the coils, creating fields. Building up over time. Perhaps we can get into that in the next plasma group. A good idea.
I think it would be time well spent. Even 15 or 20 minutes would add to knowledge.
Okay, we'll try to remember to come up with something there, or if somebody can come up with a link to excerpt out of the original workshops where that took place. Mr. Keshe starts to describe it in detail. That could be good.
Because he did say, I've given you a gift, a diamond, and you handed it back to me as a piece of cut glass and said it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I handed you a diamond.
Yes, would we know a diamond from a piece of glass?
and it's hard to imagine that something can come from what appears to be just copper wound coils and so on. And then of course, changing its dimension with the nano coating, but on the surface, obviously there's a lot more going on, as with the cups, than what appears to be going on.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just a little suggestion. I thought people could share more and learn more.
Yep, that's a good idea. I'm not up for it for today, but for next time, that would be good. Alrighty, anything else, or shall we wrap things up here?
Rick, it's Dean here again. I've just heard Mark speaking about the cups. So in the centre itself, we've just had a delivery of cup 1 and cup 2. Maybe I'll show those to you next week so you can see them as an unboxed product and you can actually have a look at them visually on screen. That'd be good.
Dean, did you see any little power units there?
No, when you say little power units, Mark, which ones are you referring to?
You know, the size, loaf of bread, a little square, but not big. I thought Mr. Keshe showed us power units on one of the tables.
There are some magravs. There are the environmental balances that I've already shown you. There's no other power units here as such.
Right, the Magrav power unit.
There's the Magrav units here. Yes,
That's what I'm referring to. Power unit. Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. If you would, yes, I can certainly show you one of those at some point. They're boxed up, and you've seen them before. Mr. Keshe has shown them before. They're as you know, a sealed unit, so you just see the plastic shell. But certainly, I could. I'm sure I will check with her, but it's okay. But I'm fairly sure that it'll be okay to show you one of those.
Thank you. I think Rick's getting ready to wrap it up.
Okay. All right.
If you want to show something more today, we could do that if you want, Dean. It's up to you.
I was just going to say, I could be wrong.
I think that maybe, do you think we should save that one till next week? Because that might be a biggie. So if we save that till next week, and then we'll make that something to show you next week.
Okay, fair enough. Jefferson, did you have something you wanted to say? Jefferson, your mic's open. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, no. In fact, I had no intention to open the microphone. I'm in an elevator right now. But I'm enjoying all this subjects that you have already brought to us, and thank you. It was without my intention. Thank you to all.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, let's wrap it up for today then for the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. We had a late start, but I think it all worked out pretty good in the end, and we all had a pretty good time once again here, where we learn a little bit and share a little bit and teach a little bit all at once. So thank you everybody for attending and participating in today's group, and we'll catch you next week, same time and place here, as well as the Knowledge Seekers Workshop at 9 a.m. Central European Time. I think it's going to be different When was it? Is it the 21st or the 20th? No, the 22nd or the 29th? I think perhaps it's 29th. 21st.
I thought I heard
was the change.
21st.
No,
When does the time?
No,
When does this?
22nd. No, yeah, 22nd. Right?
No, he mentioned the 21st, but that's Wednesday. We may be expecting some big change from God knows where.
But he mentioned the time will be different on the next Knowledge Seekers workshop. It'll be at 2 p.m. rather than 9 p.m. That's what I'm referring to. I think that's on the 22nd coming up. I thought I might have noted that. I can't find it.
When does the CET time change? Or we do change here in the United States? That's coming up.
Last week of October, I believe.
Okay.
Well, in any case, we'll let people know in the next Knowledge Seekers workshop when the one after that is. I think it's the one after the one that's coming up tomorrow. Or it's the one after that, one or the other. But we'll let people know that it's a time difference coming up for Mr. Keshe has another appointment during that day. So, alrighty, very good. Anything else? John, your mic's on. Did you want to say something there?
I would just say thank you very much, Rick, for all what you've done.
Oh, thank you, John. Thank you too for always being there as a co-host, and Mark as well. Okay, I think that's it for today, and we'll see you next time around. Bye everyone, take care.